There is a moment that almost everyone has experienced. A quiet night, the lights around you becoming softer, the sounds of the world beginning to fade, and somewhere above the rooftops, the stars appearing, one by one. At first, perhaps, you notice only the brightest. Then, as your eyes adjust to the darkness, more begin to appear. Tiny points of light, spread across an enormous sky. And for a moment, it is easy to forget how far away they really are. We see them from here. We have always seen them from here. And for thousands of years, human beings have looked upward and wondered, what is out there? Are those distant lights? Suns? Do they have worlds around them? Could something be living beneath those distant skies? And perhaps the oldest version of that question is not really about astronomy. It is about companionship. Are we alone? Somewhere beyond the darkness, is there another mind looking back? Another world where someone, or something, has also discovered the night sky? Maybe they are asking the same question. Maybe they have wondered whether anyone else exists. Maybe they have looked toward our region of the universe without ever knowing that Earth is here. Or perhaps there is no one. Perhaps the universe contains countless worlds, and yet consciousness capable of asking these questions is extraordinarily rare. We do not know, and tonight we are not going to pretend that we do. Instead, we are going to take our time with the question. We will travel through the history of the universe, through stars that existed long before the sun, through planets that may have formed billions of years before Earth, through the slow development of life, through the extraordinarily long journey from simple chemistry to cells, to organisms, to nervous systems, to intelligence, and eventually, we will arrive at ourselves, a species that can look at the universe and wonder whether it has happened before, because that is what makes the question so strange. The universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old. Earth is only about 4.5 billion years old. Human civilization is far younger, and technological civilization younger still. Compared with cosmic time, we have appeared very recently. So perhaps the real question is not simply, are we alone? Perhaps it is, did anyone come before us? Imagine a planet orbiting a star that formed billions of years before our sun. Imagine that planet developing oceans. Imagine chemistry becoming more complex. Imagine life appearing. Then imagine that life surviving for millions, perhaps billions of years. Could intelligence have emerged there? Could something have looked toward the stars long before anyone on Earth had learned to walk upright? Could a technological civilization have risen, flourished, and disappeared before our planet even existed? It is possible, but possible does not mean probable, and probable does not mean known. Those distinctions will matter throughout our journey, because when we talk about extraterrestrial life, it is very easy to move from one statement to another without noticing. We know that planets exist. We know that organic molecules exist in space. We know that life exists on Earth. We know that the universe contains an extraordinary number of stars. But we do not know how easily life begins. We do not know how often complex life appears. We do not know how often intelligence evolves. And we certainly do not know how often intelligence becomes technological. Those are separate questions, and each one introduces another uncertainty. Perhaps simple life is common. Perhaps life appears whenever conditions are suitable. Perhaps microbial worlds are scattered throughout the galaxy. But perhaps the transition from simple cells to complex organisms is extraordinarily difficult. Perhaps complex life is common, but intelligence is rare. Perhaps intelligence appears occasionally, but technological civilizations almost never survive for long. Or perhaps none of these assumptions are correct. Perhaps life is rare from the beginning. Perhaps Earth is an extraordinary exception. We simply do not have enough data, because so far we have exactly one confirmed example of life: Earth. One planet, one biosphere, one known history of evolution, one technological species, us. That is an incredibly small sample size. And yet, we are trying to answer a question about the entire universe. It would be like finding one island in an enormous ocean, discovering that it contains trees, and then trying to determine how common forests are across every continent on Earth. We need more examples, but examples are difficult to find. The universe is enormous. Even our own galaxy contains hundreds of billions of stars, and many of those stars have planets. Some planets orbit at distances where temperatures could potentially allow liquid water on their surfaces. Others are frozen. Some are scorched. Some may be gas giants. Some may be rocky worlds. Some may have atmospheres unlike anything in our solar system. And perhaps some are places where life has begun. We do not know. The number of possibilities is enormous. But possibility alone does not give us an answer. We need evidence. And evidence takes time. Astronomers have spent decades searching. We have listened for radio signals. We have examined planets and moons in our own solar system. We have studied the atmospheres of distant worlds. We have searched for chemical combinations that might suggest biological activity. We have looked for signs of technology, and so far, we have not found confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life. That sentence is important. Not finding something is not the same as proving that it does not exist. The universe is simply too large. Our observations are too limited. Our instruments can detect only certain things, and our search has covered only a tiny fraction of the possible places and possible forms that extraterrestrial life could take. Imagine standing beside an ocean and dipping a small glass into the water. You find nothing living inside. Would you conclude that the ocean contains no life? Of course not. You would understand that your sample was tiny. Our search for extraterrestrial life is still like taking that first small sample. We have explored only a fraction of our cosmic ocean. And there is another problem. We may not even know exactly what we are looking for. When we imagine intelligent extraterrestrial life, we often imagine something familiar: radio transmitters, spacecraft, cities, artificial lights, industrial activity, machines, technology that resembles our own. But intelligence does not necessarily have to follow the path humanity followed. Another civilization might communicate differently. It might use technology we do not recognize. It might deliberately remain quiet. It might exist for only a short period. It might live in an environment where our assumptions about technology make little sense. Or perhaps it might have disappeared long ago. That possibility changes the question. We are not necessarily searching for civilizations that exist right now. We may be searching for traces, a signal that crossed interstellar space millions of years ago, an unusual chemical signature, a structure in a distant system, a remnant of technology, a tiny piece of evidence that says someone else was here. And perhaps that would be enough, because the first discovery of extraterrestrial intelligence might not be a conversation. It might not be a spacecraft arriving at Earth. It might not even be a photograph. It could be something much quieter, a strange signal, a pattern, a molecule, a faint signature in the atmosphere of a distant planet. Something that makes scientists stop, look again, and realize that the universe has just become different. For the first time, we would know that Earth is not the only place where life has happened, and that would change everything. But tonight, we are still at the beginning. We are still lying beneath the stars. The question is still unanswered. Are we the first, or did someone else look up before us? Perhaps there were civilizations billions of years ago, on planets orbiting stars that no longer exist in the same form. Perhaps there are civilizations developing right now, on worlds so distant that their light will not reach us for millions of years. Perhaps intelligent life is incredibly rare. Perhaps it is everywhere. Perhaps the universe is filled with civilizations, and we simply have not learned how to recognize them. Or perhaps we really are among the first. There is no evidence yet that allows us to choose, and that uncertainty is not a weakness in the story. It is the story, because the question becomes more fascinating the more carefully we separate what we know from what we imagine. We know the universe is ancient. We know planets formed long before Earth. We know the ingredients for chemistry are widespread. We know life appeared on Earth. We know evolution can produce extraordinary complexity. But between life and intelligence, there is a vast unknown. And between intelligence and technological civilization, there is another. And between technological civilization and survival across cosmic time, there is another. Each step could be common, or each step could be extraordinarily rare. And until we discover another example, we cannot know. So, tonight, we will not rush toward an answer. We will simply follow the evidence, back through cosmic history, back before Earth, back before the Sun, back before our own galaxy took its modern shape. And we will ask, how much time did the universe have before humanity appeared? Because if the universe is 13.8 billion years old, and Earth appeared only about 4.5 billion years ago, then there was an enormous stretch of cosmic history before our story even began. Stars were born, stars died, galaxies formed, planets appeared, And somewhere, perhaps, life had its first opportunity. Maybe the first living world appeared long before Earth. Maybe the first intelligent mind looked toward the stars when our planet was still nothing more than dust. Or maybe the universe needed billions of years before the right ingredients came together. Maybe we are not late. Maybe we are early. And perhaps that is the question we should begin with. Not whether someone is out there, but whether the universe has even had enough time for someone to get there before us. The stars remain above us, quiet, distant, patient, and while the night continues, we can begin traveling backward, toward the beginning of cosmic time, toward the first stars, toward the first planets, toward the first possible homes for life. And perhaps, somewhere along that journey, we will discover just how unusual our own moment really is. For now, the question remains, are we the first, or are we simply the latest? We do not know. And perhaps, for tonight, it is enough to simply wonder. The question is still above us. Are we the first to begin answering it? We have to step away from Earth, far away, beyond our own history, beyond the history of humanity, because before we can ask whether another civilization existed, we first have to ask something simpler. How much time did the universe have before us? The answer is difficult to imagine. Approximately 6.8 billion years. That is the estimated age of the universe. 13.8 billion years. A number so large that the human mind struggles to turn it into an image. We can imagine 1 year. We can imagine a century, perhaps even 1,000 years. But billions of years are different. They are no longer something we experience. They become something we measure. And yet, all of cosmic history is contained inside that number. The first moments, the first atoms, the first stars, the first galaxies, the formation of planets, the birth of worlds, and eventually, the Earth. Our planet is about 4.5 billion years old. That means the universe existed for roughly 9 billion years before Earth was formed. 9 billion years before there was an ocean here, before there were continents, before there was life, before there was anyone capable of asking this question. That alone changes the way we think about extraterrestrial intelligence. Because Earth was not one of the first things to happen, it appeared relatively late. The universe had already experienced an enormous amount of history. Stars had already lived and died. Galaxies had already formed. Matter had already been transformed many times. The cosmos had already gone through several generations of stellar evolution. And, perhaps, somewhere during all those billions of years, life had an opportunity to begin. But there is an important complication. The early universe was not exactly like the universe we see today. The first stars were different. The first galaxies were different. The chemical composition of the cosmos was simpler. And that matters, because the universe did not begin with all the elements we find around us today. In the earliest stages, the universe was dominated by hydrogen and helium. There were also tiny amounts of other light elements. but elements such as carbon, oxygen, silicon, magnesium, and iron were not abundant in the beginning. Many of these elements had to be created later, inside stars and during violent stellar events. This means that the first generations of stars were born into a chemically simpler universe. They did not have the same material available that later generations would inherit. And this raises another question. Could the earliest stars have had planets? Probably not in the same way, and certainly not as easily as later stars. Rocky planets require solid material, dust, metals, elements heavier than hydrogen and helium. The early universe had very little of this material, so the first generations of stars may have been surrounded by environments that were much less favorable to the formation of rocky worlds. This is one reason why the question of when life could first have appeared is more complicated than simply saying the universe is old, so life could have existed for billions of years. Time alone is not enough. You need the right ingredients. You need environments capable of supporting chemistry. You need planets or some other stable setting where complex processes can continue. And, perhaps, you need enormous amounts of time. The universe had time, but it did not have all the ingredients immediately. The first stars had to appear. Then they had to live. Then many had to die. Their deaths enriched the surrounding gas with heavier elements. New stars formed from that material. Those stars could then form in chemically richer environments. And this process continued again and again, generation after generation. The universe slowly became more chemically diverse. The cosmos was building complexity. At first, there was mostly hydrogen and helium. Then, stars began producing heavier elements. Those elements entered interstellar space. New stars formed from the enriched material. Planets became more possible. Rocky worlds became more common. And eventually, the universe contained enough heavy elements for systems like our own to exist. Our sun is therefore not a first-generation star. It is a later-generation star. It formed from material that had already been processed by previous stars. In a sense, the sun inherited a history. The Earth inherited that history too, and so did we. The carbon in our bodies, the oxygen around us, the silicon in rocks, the iron beneath our feet, all belong to a universe that had already been changing for billions of years. Before Earth existed, other stars had already been producing the ingredients from which Earth would eventually be made. That is a remarkable thought. The Earth is young compared with the universe, but the material that built Earth is much older. The planet may have formed 4.5 billion years ago, but many of its atoms had already existed for much longer. Some had been inside stars. Some had traveled through interstellar space. Some may have passed through several generations of stars before becoming part of our planet. So, when we ask whether another civilization could have existed before us, we are asking about worlds that could have formed during those earlier stages. And now we reach a fascinating possibility. Could rocky planets have existed billions of years before Earth? Yes, at least in principle. Once enough heavy elements had accumulated, the formation of rocky planets became possible, and some stars are much older than the Sun. There are stars in the Milky Way that formed billions of years before our solar system. If such stars possessed planets, and if some of those planets had environments suitable for life, then those worlds would have had a tremendous head start. Imagine a planet that formed 2 billion years before Earth. Its oceans appear. Its atmosphere develops. Life emerges. Now imagine that life remains simple for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps, eventually, complex cells appear. Then, multicellular organisms. Then, nervous systems. Then, intelligence. Then, technology. Even if every step took an enormous amount of time, that planet would still have had a head start measured in billions of years. By the time Earth was forming, its hypothetical civilization could already have been ancient, or it could already have disappeared. That distinction matters, because if intelligent life appeared early in cosmic history, it does not necessarily mean that intelligent life should still be around today. A civilization might last millions of years. That sounds extraordinarily long to us, but compared with the age of the universe, it is brief. 10 million years is almost nothing on a cosmic clock. Even 100 million years is a tiny fraction of 13.8 billion years. A civilization could rise, develop, change, and disappear, while the universe barely notices. Its planet might remain. Its star might continue shining. Its oceans might still exist. But the civilization itself could be gone. And if another civilization existed billions of years before us, how would we know? Its radio signals might have passed Earth long before human beings existed. Its spacecraft might have stopped functioning. Its cities might have disappeared. Its technology might have been destroyed by geological processes. Its planet might have changed beyond recognition. Perhaps the civilization never even transmitted signals into space. Perhaps it remained confined to its own world. Perhaps it explored its neighboring planets, but never became an interstellar civilization. Perhaps it existed for only a few thousand years. From our perspective, it would be almost impossible to distinguish that civilization from a universe in which it had never existed. This is one of the strangest aspects of the question. We often imagine the universe as a place where civilizations either exist or do not exist. But time complicates everything. A civilization can exist and then stop existing. Another can appear later. Another can emerge somewhere else, millions of years afterward. The universe can contain countless civilizations, without many of them ever overlapping in time. Imagine 2 islands in an enormous ocean. One island is inhabited for a few thousand years. Then everyone disappears. 100,000 years later, people appear on another island. The 2 populations never meet. They both existed. They were both real. But from the perspective of either island, the other might as well never have existed. Cosmic civilizations may face the same problem. Distance is not the only barrier. Time may be the larger one. Perhaps the universe is not empty. Perhaps it is simply out of sync. One civilization appears, then disappears. Another emerges somewhere else. Millions of years later, another appears, far away, at almost the same time as us. Another might emerge, long after humanity is gone. If this is true, then the question, where is everybody, becomes much harder to answer. Because we are not simply searching through space, we are searching through time, and our observations are always limited to what light can bring us. When we look at a distant star, we are seeing its past. If a civilization exists there today, but is 1,000 light years away, we will not see its present condition. We will see what was happening there 1,000 years ago. If a civilization existed there 1,000,000 years ago and disappeared shortly afterward, its light may still be traveling toward us. We could theoretically receive evidence of a civilization that has been gone for almost unimaginable lengths of time. The sky can show us ghosts, not supernatural ghosts, just light. Ancient information, still traveling through space. A signal can outlive its sender. A civilization can disappear while its message continues moving outward. Perhaps one day we could detect a signal from a civilization that no longer exists. We might hear its final transmission long after its world has gone silent, and we would never be able to answer, not because the civilization is too far away, but because the sender is no longer there. That possibility is both unsettling and strangely beautiful. A message surviving its creator, a small trace of intelligence, crossing the darkness between stars, and eventually reaching another world, our world. But we should be careful. None of this is evidence that such civilizations actually existed. It is a possibility, a scenario allowed by what we know about the universe. We do not have confirmed evidence of ancient extraterrestrial civilizations. We have no confirmed alien signal, no confirmed extraterrestrial technology, no confirmed artificial structure beyond Earth. That distinction must remain clear. The universe gives us possibilities. Science asks us to wait for evidence. And perhaps that patience is part of the wonder. We know the universe is old. We know stars existed long before the sun. We know planets can form around stars. We know the ingredients for life are found throughout space. We know Earth eventually produced life, but we do not know how difficult the first step was. We do not know whether life began easily on Earth, or whether our planet experienced an extraordinarily unlikely chain of events. We do not know whether simple life is common. We do not know whether complex life is common. We do not know whether intelligence is common. And we do not know whether technological civilization is a predictable result or an extraordinary accident. These uncertainties become increasingly important as we travel deeper into the question. Because perhaps the universe is full of planets. Perhaps it is full of water. Perhaps organic chemistry is everywhere. And yet, perhaps intelligence remains extremely rare. Or perhaps life appears easily, but spends billions of years remaining simple. Earth itself gives us an important clue. life seems to have appeared relatively early in Earth's history, at least according to the evidence currently available. But for most of Earth's existence, life remained microbial, simple, small, invisible to the naked eye. The transition to complex life took an enormous amount of time, and technological intelligence appeared extraordinarily late. That means something important. The existence of life does not automatically imply the existence of intelligent life. The existence of intelligent life does not automatically imply technology, and the existence of technology does not automatically imply long-term survival. Each transition is another question, another unknown, another possible bottleneck. Perhaps this is why the age of the universe is so interesting. There has been plenty of time, billions and billions of years. But time does not guarantee an outcome. A planet can exist for billions of years without producing life. A planet can contain life for billions of years without producing intelligence. A species can become intelligent without developing technology. A technological civilization can appear and disappear before becoming capable of traveling between stars. So perhaps being early is not as simple as being young. Maybe humanity appeared early because intelligent life takes an extremely long time to evolve. Or maybe we appeared late because the universe spent billions of years preparing the necessary ingredients. We cannot yet tell, and that uncertainty brings us to an even deeper question. When did the first truly habitable worlds appear? When did the universe become chemically rich enough for Earth-like planets to become possible? And once those worlds existed, how long did it take for life to appear? We know the answer for Earth only in broad terms, but Earth is one example, one history, one experiment. If we could find another living world, we could compare. If we found life that began independently and discovered that it appeared quickly, that would tell us something profound. Life might be relatively easy to start. If we found many worlds with similar life, the case would become stronger. But if we found thousands of potentially habitable planets and none showed evidence of life, we would have to reconsider our assumptions. Every new world would become another piece of the puzzle. For now, we have only the first piece, Earth. And Earth is telling us that life is possible. It is not yet telling us how common life is. That distinction may be one of the most important ideas in the entire question. Possible is not the same as common, and common is not the same as intelligent, and intelligent is not the same as intelligent, is not the same as technological, and technological is not the same as long-lived. Somewhere between those steps, the universe may become very quiet, or perhaps it does not. Perhaps somewhere, right now, a civilization is looking at its own stars. Perhaps they are asking the same question. Are we the first? Maybe they are. Maybe we are. Maybe neither of us is. The universe is old enough to contain stories far older than ours, but it is also young enough that most of its future has not happened yet. And that brings us to the next part of our journey. Because before we can understand whether humanity might be early, we need to understand something even more mysterious. How early could life itself have appeared? How soon after the universe became capable of forming planets, could biology have begun? The answer may tell us whether the first minds could have appeared billions of years before us, or whether Earth arrived surprisingly early in the story. The stars remain above us, ancient, quiet, patient, and, for now, we continue looking backward toward the first worlds, where life might have had its chance to begin. We have traveled backward through billions of years, before Earth, before the Sun, before our own familiar corner of the Milky Way. And now, we arrive at another question. If intelligent life could have appeared before us, how early could life itself have begun? It is a surprisingly difficult question, because before there could be intelligence, there had to be life. And before there could be life, there had to be worlds where life was possible. The early universe was not ready for that immediately. It needed time. Stars had to form. Those stars had to create heavier elements. Those elements had to spread through space. New generations of stars had to form from enriched material, and eventually, planets could emerge from the dust. Worlds with rocks, worlds with oceans, worlds with atmospheres, worlds where chemistry could become complicated enough to perhaps cross the boundary into biology. We know this happened at least once, here on Earth. But we do not know how easily it could happen somewhere else. That may be one of the deepest unknowns in astronomy. We often speak about habitable planets, but habitability is not the same as life. A planet can have liquid water and still be lifeless. It can have an atmosphere and still be lifeless. It can orbit at the right distance from its star and still never produce a single living cell. The ingredients are not the recipe, and the recipe is something we are still trying to understand. Earth gives us our only confirmed example. Our planet formed about 4.5 billion years ago. It was initially hot. Its surface changed constantly. Asteroids and other bodies continued to strike it. Volcanic activity was intense. The atmosphere was very different from the one we breathe today. And yet, at some point in Earth's early history, life appeared. The exact pathway remains unknown. We know that life was present relatively early in Earth's history because there is evidence consistent with ancient biological activity dating back billions of years. But we do not know the precise moment when chemistry became biology. There was no observer standing nearby, no record, no photograph, no ancient laboratory notebook, only rocks, minerals, chemical signatures, and the traces left behind by organisms that lived unimaginably long ago. Somewhere between non-living chemistry and the first living systems, one of the most important transitions in the history of the universe occurred, and we still do not fully understand it. Perhaps the first living systems were extraordinarily simple. They did not need eyes. They did not need brains. They did not need anything resembling an animal. They only needed some way to maintain themselves, to use energy, to interact with their surroundings, and eventually to reproduce. The earliest life may have been microscopic, tiny, simple, almost invisible. And yet, once something capable of reproduction existed, evolution could begin to operate. Small differences accumulated. Some organisms survived better than others. Some environments favored certain characteristics. Generations passed, and life changed. But before evolution could begin, there had to be something capable of evolving. That first transition remains mysterious. Scientists have proposed many possibilities. Perhaps life began around hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor. Perhaps certain minerals helped organize complex chemistry. Perhaps organic molecules accumulated in shallow environments. Perhaps energy from sunlight drove important reactions. Perhaps several environments contributed. Perhaps the origin of life was not one single event, but a long sequence of chemical steps. We do not yet know. What we do know is that the basic ingredients of organic chemistry are not unique to Earth. Organic molecules have been found in meteorites. They have been detected in interstellar clouds. They exist in comets. They have been identified on distant worlds and moons. Space is not chemically empty. It contains carbon-based molecules, water, and many of the ingredients associated with the chemistry of life. This does not mean that life is common. That would be a much stronger conclusion. But it does tell us something interesting. The chemistry from which life is built is not confined to our planet. The universe contains the raw materials, and that raises a quiet question. If the ingredients are widespread, how often does nature actually use them to build life? Imagine an enormous kitchen. Everywhere you look, there are ingredients: water, carbon, minerals, energy, organic molecules. But there is no recipe. Some kitchens may remain empty forever. In others, perhaps chemistry eventually assembles something alive. And once one kitchen succeeds, perhaps the process becomes easier. Or perhaps it remains extraordinarily difficult. We do not know. That uncertainty is crucial. Because if life is easy to create, then the universe could be filled with living worlds. If life is extremely difficult to create, then Earth could be an extraordinary exception. And we currently have no second world with which to compare. That is the frustrating part. We are trying to understand the probability of an event from a sample size of one known living planet, one known biosphere, one known origin of life. It is not enough to calculate a reliable universal probability. Still, Earth gives us clues. One of the most interesting clues is how early life seems to have appeared. Earth formed, the planet cooled, oceans developed, and relatively early in geological history, evidence of life appears. This has led some scientists to wonder whether life might arise relatively easily when suitable conditions exist. But there is a serious limitation to that argument. We only observe the planet where life successfully appeared. We do not observe the countless planets that might have remained sterile. This is a form of selection bias. If life were extremely rare, we would still expect the rare planet where it happened to be the one on which observers eventually evolved. So the fact that we exist cannot by itself tell us that life is easy. Perhaps Earth was extraordinarily lucky. Perhaps there were millions of lifeless worlds before one world finally crossed the boundary. We do not know. And there is another possibility. Perhaps life did not begin just once. Perhaps the early Earth was filled with competing forms of primitive biology. Perhaps many independent chemical systems emerged, and only one lineage survived long enough to dominate. If that were true, the origin of life might have been more common than the fossil record suggests. But again, we have no direct evidence that this happened. These are possibilities, not conclusions, and that distinction matters. The deeper we travel into this question, the more carefully we have to separate three things: what we know, what we can reasonably infer, and what we simply imagine. We know that organic chemistry occurs naturally. We know that water exists beyond Earth. We know that planets are common. We know that life exists on Earth. We know that life appeared relatively early in Earth's history. But we do not know the probability that life will emerge on a suitable planet. We do not know whether the origin of life is a rare event or an almost inevitable consequence of certain chemical conditions. We do not know, and perhaps that uncertainty is exactly why the question of the first life is so fascinating. Because the first life would determine how maybe most of the universe is still waiting. There is another clue we can consider. The universe contains many small stars, red dwarfs. They are much smaller and cooler than the sun, but they can remain active for extraordinarily long periods, far longer than stars like our sun. Some red dwarfs may remain stable for trillions of years. That is an enormous amount of time. The universe is only about 13.8 billion years old. Some of the smallest stars could continue shining for vastly longer than that. So even if life had not appeared very early, there could still be an enormous future ahead. A planet orbiting a long-lived star could potentially have much more time for biological evolution than Earth has had. That changes the meaning of being early. Humanity may feel ancient when compared with human history, but compared with the possible future of the cosmos, we may be extremely young. Perhaps the first intelligent civilizations have not appeared yet. Perhaps they will emerge hundreds of billions or even trillions of years from now. Of course, there are enormous uncertainties. We do not know whether life can survive for such lengths of time. We do not know how stellar evolution affects habitability. We do not know whether intelligent civilizations can persist. We do not know whether technological species tend to destroy themselves, or whether they eventually become stable. But the sheer amount of future cosmic time is difficult to ignore. The universe may have much more history ahead of it than behind it. And that means humanity could be living near the beginning, rather than near the middle, of the story of intelligence. But before we get there, we have to return to Earth, because the path from life to intelligence was not quick. It was extraordinarily long. Life appeared early, but complex life took much longer. For billions of years, Earth was dominated by microorganisms, simple cells, tiny organisms, life that had no technology, no cities, no telescopes, no radio signals, no interest in the stars. Life simply survived. It adapted, it reproduced, it changed. And for an enormous portion of Earth's history, that was enough. Eventually, something remarkable happened. Cells became more complex. Structures developed inside them. Different cellular components began working together. Much later, multicellular organisms became common. Then, specialized tissues, movement, senses, nervous systems, brains. But none of these developments were guaranteed. Evolution does not move toward intelligence, as though intelligence were a destination. There is no evolutionary rule saying, eventually, someone will build a telescope. Evolution favors survival and reproduction within particular environments. Sometimes intelligence helps, sometimes it does not. A highly intelligent animal can still struggle to survive. A simple organism can thrive for billions of years. Bacteria do not need mathematics. They do not need cities. They do not need spacecraft. They only need to survive, and they have been extremely successful. This matters enormously when we think about extraterrestrial life. Perhaps the universe contains countless living planets, where evolution never moves beyond simple organisms. Perhaps the most common alien life is microscopic. Perhaps oceans throughout the galaxy contain organisms that have existed for billions of years without ever producing a technological species. If that is true, then a universe full of life could still be almost silent, because microbes do not build radio transmitters. They do not send messages between stars. They do not construct enormous structures in space. They simply live. And perhaps that is the dominant form of life in the universe. We have no way to know yet. But Earth gives us one striking example. Life existed here for billions of years, before intelligence capable of technology appeared. The dinosaurs lived for an enormous span of time. They were diverse. They were successful. They occupied almost every major terrestrial ecosystem. And yet, they never developed an industrial civilization. There is no reason to assume they were supposed to. Evolution did not fail because the dinosaurs did not build spacecraft. They were simply adapted to their environments. The same could be true elsewhere. A planet could contain life, complex life, perhaps even highly intelligent animals, without ever producing a technological civilization. Maybe intelligence itself is not enough. Perhaps a species needs specific physical abilities, manipulating objects, controlling fire, communicating complex information, living in cooperative societies, having enough environmental stability to accumulate knowledge across generations. And perhaps many worlds never satisfy all of these conditions at the same time. Earth did eventually. And even here, it took billions of years. Human technological intelligence appeared only extremely recently. Our species has existed for roughly a few 100,000 years. Agriculture is only thousands of years old. Industrial civilization, only a few centuries. Radio technology, a little over a century. Spaceflight, only decades old. From the perspective of Earth's history, our technological age is almost nothing. A tiny spark at the very end of a very long story. That makes the question even stranger. If intelligent technological life is the result of a long chain of rare events, then perhaps civilizations like ours are extraordinarily uncommon. But if every suitable planet eventually produces intelligence, then perhaps the galaxy should contain many civilizations. We simply do not know which story is closer to reality. And that uncertainty leads us naturally toward the next part of our journey. Because now we can imagine two very different universes. In one, life is common. Complex life is common. Intelligence is common. Civilizations emerge everywhere. In another, life is common, but intelligence is rare. Most worlds remain microbial. A few develop complex ecosystems, and only an extremely small number produce technological species. There is also a third possibility. Perhaps life itself is rare. Perhaps Earth is one of the unusual places where chemistry crossed the enormous gap into biology. And then there is an even more intriguing possibility. Perhaps life is not rare. Perhaps intelligence is not even particularly rare. Perhaps the real difficulty comes later. Perhaps technological civilizations have trouble surviving. Maybe they disappear before they can spread between stars. Maybe they become quiet. Maybe they change into forms we cannot recognize. Or perhaps they simply do not care about communicating with worlds like ours. The possibilities multiply, and we still have only one example: us. One planet, one species, one technological civilization, one moment in cosmic time. So perhaps the most honest answer is also the simplest. We do not know whether we are first. We do not know whether we are early. We do not know whether someone came before us. But we do know that the universe had billions of years to create possibilities before Earth existed. And we also know that the universe has an enormous future ahead. Somewhere between those two facts is the mystery. Maybe intelligence has already appeared many times. Maybe it has not appeared anywhere else. Maybe we are among the first. Maybe we are very early. The stars above us remain silent. But silence is not an answer. It is simply the absence of a message we have confirmed. And perhaps we are still listening too early. Or perhaps we are listening to the wrong places. Or perhaps the universe has been speaking all along in ways we have not yet learned to recognize. For now, we can only continue back toward the long history of life, toward the moment when simple organisms became complex, toward the strange path that eventually produced intelligence, and toward the possibility that the most difficult step in the entire cosmic story was not the creation of stars, or planets, or even life, but the emergence of a mind capable of looking upward and asking, "Is anyone else out there?" The night remains quiet. The stars remain distant, and somewhere beyond them, perhaps another world is waiting. Or perhaps another mind has already been there. We simply have not heard it yet. The question remains above us. Are we the first? We have traveled backward through billions of years to a time before Earth existed. We have imagined ancient stars, older planets, and worlds that may have had an enormous head start. But there is another question we need to understand. Even if life appeared somewhere long before us, would it necessarily have become intelligent? Perhaps not, because the history of life on Earth tells a very different story. Life appeared early, but intelligence took an extraordinarily long time, and technological intelligence appeared only at the very end. For most of Earth's history, there were no animals, no forests, no birds, no dinosaurs, no mammals, no humans. There were only simpler forms of life, quietly existing in oceans and environments that would be almost impossible for us to recognize today. Life did not begin with complexity. It began small, very small, a single living cell, or something close to it. There was no brain, no nervous system, no awareness that we can recognize, no ability to look toward the stars. And yet, that tiny beginning eventually led here, to eyes, to brains, to memory, to language, to curiosity, to a species capable of building telescopes and wondering whether anyone else exists. But between those 2 points was an almost unimaginable stretch of time. Billions of years. Life spent most of its history simply being alive. That is worth remembering, because when we look at the universe, we often imagine evolution as a staircase. First, life, then intelligence, then technology, then civilization, as though each step naturally follows the one before it. But evolution does not work that way. There is no destination. There is no promise that life will eventually become intelligent. Evolution simply favors traits that help organisms survive and reproduce within their environments. Sometimes complexity helps. Sometimes simplicity is enough. A tiny organism can be extraordinarily successful without ever developing anything resembling a brain. Bacteria have survived for billions of years. They exist almost everywhere on Earth. They adapt, they reproduce, they change, they persist. They do not need cities. They do not need machines. They do not need mathematics. They do not need to understand the universe. And, perhaps, that is one of the most important lessons Earth can teach us. Life does not need intelligence to succeed. In fact, intelligence may be an unusual experiment rather than the inevitable destination of evolution. For billions of years, Earth was a world without anything like us. And even when complex organisms eventually appeared, the story remained unpredictable. Cells began cooperating. Multicellular organisms developed. Bodies became more complicated. Different tissues took on specialized roles. Movement became more sophisticated. Senses developed. Nervous systems appeared. And eventually, brains. But even brains did not guarantee technology. The Earth has produced many intelligent creatures. Crows can solve problems. Parrots can learn complex sounds. Elephants can remember individuals and social relationships. Dolphins display sophisticated communication and cooperation. Octopuses can manipulate objects, solve problems, and explore their surroundings with remarkable flexibility. Many animals are intelligent, but only one species has built a technological civilization. Only one has developed writing. Only one has constructed cities visible from space. Only one has built radio telescopes. Only one has launched machines beyond its home planet and begun asking questions about life elsewhere. That distinction matters because intelligence and technological civilization are not the same thing. A creature can be intelligent without possessing the physical abilities necessary to build complex tools. It may not have hands. It may not have access to fire. It may not live in groups large enough to accumulate knowledge. It may not have a way to preserve information across generations. It may not have the environmental stability required for technological development. Or perhaps it simply never encounters the right combination of circumstances. The universe may therefore contain many forms of intelligence that never become technological. Imagine an ocean world covered almost entirely by water. Perhaps it contains creatures with extraordinary cognitive abilities. They communicate. They cooperate. They remember. They teach their young. They solve difficult problems. But they have no access to fire, no way to work metals, no solid surfaces on which to build machines, no obvious path toward industrial civilization. From our perspective, such a world could contain intelligent life and yet produce no radio signals, no satellites, no spacecraft, no artificial lights, nothing that would immediately announce its existence to us. Intelligence could be there, hidden beneath an ocean, with no reason to reveal itself to the cosmos. And Earth itself gives us another example. The dinosaurs. They ruled large portions of the planet for more than 160 million years. That is an extraordinary span of time. They lived through changing climates, continental movements, volcanic events, the rise and disappearance of countless species. They evolved into an enormous variety of forms. Some became gigantic. Some became remarkably small. Some developed sophisticated hunting strategies. Others formed complex social groups. And yet, they never built a technological civilization. They never created radio. They never developed agriculture. They never constructed telescopes. They never asked what the universe was made of. Again, this does not mean they failed. Evolution does not give species assignments. The dinosaurs were successful until the environment changed enough to make their success impossible. Then, many of them disappeared, and the ecological opportunities they left behind were gradually occupied by other forms of life. Mammals expanded, new ecosystems emerged, and eventually, one particular branch of mammals began moving in a very unusual direction. Primates, our ancestors. But even then, the appearance of intelligence was not guaranteed. There were many primate species, many evolutionary branches, many experiments. Most eventually disappeared. The human lineage itself changed repeatedly. different hominin species appeared. Some survived for long periods. Others vanished. Some may have interacted with our ancestors. Some may have contributed genetically to later populations. And eventually, our own species appeared, Homo sapiens. But even then, technological civilization was still far away. For most of our existence, human beings lived in small groups. We hunted, we gathered, we moved across landscapes. We learned how to use tools. We controlled fire. We communicated through increasingly complex language. We passed knowledge from one generation to another. But there were no cities, no written records, no factories, no satellites, no computers, no spacecraft. The technological world we know today appeared extraordinarily recently. Agriculture began only thousands of years ago. Writing appeared only several thousand years ago. Modern science is only a few centuries old. Industrialization is even more recent. Radio communication, barely more than a century old. And spaceflight belongs almost entirely to the last few generations. If the history of Earth were compressed into one calendar year, human civilization would arrive almost at midnight on the final day. Our technological civilization would appear even later, perhaps in the final fraction of a second. That perspective is difficult to comprehend. For almost the entire history of the planet, there was nobody here to wonder about the stars. Then, very suddenly, there was. A species emerged with the unusual ability to store information outside its own body. First, through memory, then through language, then through symbols, then through writing, then through books, then through machines, then through digital systems. Knowledge began accumulating. One generation could inherit what another had discovered. And suddenly, evolution was no longer the only process producing change. Culture could evolve. Technology could evolve. Ideas could evolve. A child could learn something discovered thousands of years earlier without needing to rediscover it. That changed everything. The human brain itself did not suddenly become billions of times more powerful. Instead, human beings began building something larger than individual intelligence, a collective memory, a civilization. Libraries became extensions of human memory. Observatories became extensions of human vision. Computers became extensions of human calculation. Telescopes became extensions of human senses. And eventually, spacecraft became extensions of human reach. This may be one of the most important differences between intelligence and technological civilization. Technology allows intelligence to escape the limits of biology. A human being cannot see a galaxy millions of light years away with their eyes, but a telescope can. A human being cannot survive in interplanetary space without protection, but a spacecraft can. A human being cannot calculate billions of possibilities simultaneously, but computers can assist. Technology allows a species to transform its environment and eventually to transform the scale at which it interacts with the universe. If this transition is rare, then technological civilizations may be extremely uncommon. Perhaps many planets produce life. Perhaps many produce complex life. Perhaps some produce intelligent animals. But maybe almost none reach the point where intelligence becomes technology. That possibility is important, because when we look into the night sky, we are not simply asking how many planets have life. We are asking something much harder. How many worlds produce organisms that become capable of technology? How many produce civilizations that last long enough to become detectable? And how many of those civilizations exist at the same time as we do? Each question narrows the possibilities. Life, complex life, intelligence, technology, civilization, long-term survival. Each transition could reduce the number of worlds dramatically. But we do not know where the major difficulty lies. Perhaps the first step is the hardest. Maybe life almost never begins. Perhaps the universe contains countless sterile planets, and Earth is an extraordinary exception. Or perhaps life begins easily. Maybe the difficult step comes later. Maybe almost every living world remains microscopic. Maybe complex cells are rare. Maybe multicellular organisms are rare. Maybe nervous systems are rare. Maybe intelligence is rare. Or perhaps the most difficult step comes after intelligence. Maybe technological civilizations appear, but rarely survive for long. We simply do not know. And this uncertainty is what makes the question, are we the first, so much more interesting. Because being first depends on more than the age of the universe. It depends on the entire chain. If life appeared early, but intelligence almost never develops, then perhaps there were billions of living worlds before us, but no intelligent civilization. If intelligence develops easily, then perhaps the universe should be filled with ancient civilizations. And if technological civilization is common, then the silence becomes even more mysterious. There is another possibility. Perhaps intelligence evolves many times, but technological civilizations remain isolated. Maybe a species becomes intelligent, but never develops radio. Maybe it develops radio, but never develops spaceflight. Maybe it develops spaceflight, but never travels far beyond its own system. Maybe it simply loses interest in communication. Or perhaps it changes into something we would not recognize. We tend to imagine extraterrestrial civilizations as more advanced versions of ourselves, more powerful computers, faster spacecraft, larger cities. But that is only one possible future. A civilization millions of years older than ours might not resemble a civilization at all, at least not in the way we imagine. Perhaps it could exist primarily as information. Perhaps it could live inside artificial environments. Perhaps it could spread across many worlds. Perhaps it could become extremely efficient, using very little energy. Perhaps it might intentionally avoid broadcasting into space. Or perhaps its most important activities would be invisible to us. These ideas are speculative. We should keep them in that category. We have no confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial technology, but they reveal something important. Our search is shaped by our assumptions. We look for radio because we use radio. We look for atmospheric changes because our technology produces them. We look for artificial structures because we build structures. An alien civilization, if one exists, does not have to follow our technological path. And even if it does, we may be observing it at the wrong moment. Imagine a civilization that existed 1 million years before humanity. Its technological phase lasts only 10,000 years. Then it disappears. 10,000 years. Sounds enormous to us, but on a cosmic scale, it is a brief flash. If we happened to be born millions of years later, we would never overlap. The civilization could have existed, and we could still conclude that the universe is silent. This brings us to a strange possibility. Maybe intelligence is not only rare, but temporary. Maybe technological civilizations are like brief windows in the history of planets. A world can remain habitable for billions of years. Life can exist for billions of years. But technology, perhaps, occupies only a tiny fraction of that time. If so, the universe could contain many intelligent civilizations, and yet, very few would be visible at the same time. The night sky might appear empty, even if it is full of history. Civilizations could rise and disappear like brief lights across an enormous darkness. One appears here, another appears there. Another existed long ago. Another will appear long after us. And the universe simply continues. This possibility changes the meaning of loneliness. Perhaps loneliness does not necessarily mean that nobody else exists. Perhaps it means that we have not existed at the same time. Two civilizations could occupy the same galaxy, but different chapters of its history. One could appear and vanish. Millions of years later, another could emerge. They would share the same stars, the same galaxy, perhaps even the same region of space, but they would never know one another. Their signals, if they sent any, could pass through the darkness at different times. Their worlds could orbit the same stars, under the same physical laws, without ever exchanging a single message. The universe would contain both stories, but each civilization would experience itself as alone. And perhaps that is one of the possibilities we should keep in mind when we look at the silence around us. Maybe the universe is not silent. Maybe the voices are simply separated by time or distance, or both. We have only just begun to listen. Our radio searches have examined only a tiny fraction of the possible signals that could exist. Our telescopes have observed enormous numbers of stars, but only a limited number in the detail required to search for subtle signs of life. Our understanding of alien biology is based entirely on one example: Earth. Our understanding of alien intelligence is also based on one example: humanity. That is not a large sample. It is one. So perhaps We should be humble about what the silence means. It tells us that we have not yet confirmed another civilization. It does not tell us that none exists, and it certainly does not tell us that none ever existed. Maybe the first technological civilization is still far in the future. Maybe another existed long before Earth. Maybe civilizations are scattered throughout the galaxy, but rarely overlap. Maybe we are among the first, or maybe we are simply one of many. The evidence has not yet decided, and perhaps that uncertainty is exactly where the next part of our journey begins. Because if a civilization could have appeared billions of years before us, then we have to confront an even more unsettling possibility. Maybe they existed and something happened. Maybe the universe contains a process that makes the journey from life to long-lived intelligence extraordinarily difficult. A barrier, a bottleneck, a filter, something that stands somewhere along the path between the first living cell and a civilization capable of surviving across cosmic time. We do not know where that barrier might be. Maybe it lies behind us. Maybe it lies ahead. And perhaps that is one of the deepest questions hidden inside the silence of the stars. Not simply, are we alone? But how many worlds have made it this far? The rain continues outside. The stars remain distant. And somewhere, in the enormous darkness, the answer may already exist. We just have not found it yet. The possibility has been waiting quietly in the background. Perhaps we are not the first. Perhaps somewhere in the enormous history of the universe, another world reached this point before us. A world where life appeared. A world where evolution continued. A world where intelligence eventually emerged. And perhaps somewhere in that ancient history, a civilization looked toward its own night sky and wondered exactly what we are wondering now. Are we alone? It is difficult to imagine a civilization billions of years older than ours. Human technological history is incredibly short. A few centuries of modern science, a little more than a century of radio, only decades of spaceflight. Compared with the age of the universe, we have barely begun. But imagine a civilization that had another billion years. Not a billion years of our technology, a billion years of uninterrupted opportunity to learn. A billion years to observe its planet, its star, its neighboring worlds. A billion years to develop mathematics, physics, biology, engineering. A billion years to make mistakes and learn from them. Such a civilization might have reached places that are almost impossible for us to imagine. But there is another side to this possibility. Being older does not mean being eternal. A civilization could become ancient and still disappear. Its planet could change. Its star could evolve. Its environment could become unstable. Its population could decline. Its culture could transform. Its technology could fail. Or perhaps the civilization could simply choose a different way of existing. The universe does not preserve civilizations automatically. Time moves forward. Stars change. Planets change. Biology changes. Everything we know exists within processes that eventually transform it. Even our own civilization is only a very recent event. There is no guarantee that it will exist in the same form 1,000 years from now. So why should we assume that an alien civilization that appeared 1 billion years before us would still be waiting for us today? Perhaps it existed. Perhaps it thrived. Perhaps it became extraordinarily advanced. And perhaps it is simply gone. If that happened, we might never know. Imagine a civilization existing on a planet 100 million years before the first human being appeared. It develops technology. It studies its star. It sends signals into space. It perhaps even spreads to nearby worlds. And then something changes. The civilization disappears. Millions of years pass. Then tens of millions. Then hundreds of millions. The planets continue orbiting. Asteroids continue moving. Stars continue shining. Eventually, Earth forms. Life begins here. And much later, human beings appear. We look toward the stars and see nothing obvious. Not because nobody was ever there, but because their story ended long before ours began. That possibility changes how we think about the silence. Silence does not necessarily mean emptiness. It could mean history. The universe may contain places where intelligence existed, but no longer does. And perhaps we would have no easy way to distinguish those worlds from worlds that were never inhabited. A civilization does not necessarily leave behind a permanent monument. Buildings collapse. Machines corrode. Surfaces are reshaped. Atmospheres change. Continents move. Oceans rise and fall. Even mountains eventually disappear. Earth itself is constantly rewriting its surface. If humans vanished tomorrow, the planet would continue without us. Plants would spread into abandoned cities. Water would enter buildings. Roads would crack. Structures would collapse. Eventually, many of the things we consider permanent would become difficult to recognize. Millions of years later, perhaps only subtle traces would remain. A strange chemical signature, an unusual concentration of certain materials, a layer of altered sediments, fragments buried deep beneath the surface, and even those traces might eventually disappear. Now imagine a civilization that vanished not thousands, but millions of years ago. How much evidence would remain? We do not know. But the lesson is clear. The older a civilization is, the harder its original existence may become to recognize. This creates a strange problem for our search. We are not only looking for civilizations that exist now, we might also be looking for evidence that civilizations existed in the past. But how do you recognize an ancient civilization when you do not know what it looked like? Perhaps the answer lies in light, because light carries information. When we look across the universe, we are looking into the past. The moon is seen as it was about a second earlier. The sun about 8 minutes earlier. A nearby star, perhaps years earlier. A distant galaxy, millions or billions of years earlier. The farther away we look, the farther backward in time we see. This means the universe is not showing us a single moment. It is showing us many different moments at once. Every direction contains a different piece of cosmic history. A galaxy may appear to us as it existed billions of years ago. Another may show us a later stage. Another, an earlier one. The sky is filled with different ages simultaneously, and somewhere within that ancient light, there could theoretically be evidence of worlds that no longer exist. Imagine a civilization in a galaxy 500 million light years away. If it existed there 500 million years ago and produced some detectable signature, the light carrying that information could be reaching us now. We would not be seeing the civilization as it exists today. We would be seeing its distant past. Perhaps the civilization is gone. Perhaps it changed. Perhaps it became something else. Perhaps it still exists. We simply would not know until we compared observations across time. This is one of the strange consequences of living in a universe where information travels at finite speed. We never see distant objects exactly as they are now. We see them as they were. The universe is always slightly behind itself from our perspective. And that means when we search for intelligent life, we are not necessarily searching for the present. We are searching through layers of history. Some worlds may appear younger than they are. Others may appear older. Some civilizations could be sending signals that have not yet reached us. Others may have already disappeared, and their final messages could still be traveling through space. The cosmos is full of delayed information, and perhaps the history of intelligence is written somewhere within it. But there is another problem. What would an ancient civilization actually leave behind? We tend to imagine enormous structures, something obvious, something impossible to mistake for nature. But perhaps advanced civilizations do not necessarily become more visible. They might become less visible. Imagine our own civilization continuing to develop for thousands of years. Would we necessarily consume more and more energy forever? Would our cities continue growing? Would our machines become larger? Would our technology become louder? Not necessarily. We might become more efficient, smaller, quieter, more integrated with our environment. Perhaps a mature civilization would use less energy, not more. Perhaps its technological systems would become almost invisible. Perhaps its most important activities would occur at microscopic scales. Perhaps it would move away from planets. Perhaps it would build habitats that resemble natural objects. Perhaps it would rely on forms of energy we have not learned to detect. These are possibilities, not observations, but they remind us that the universe does not owe us recognizable signs. An alien civilization does not have to look like science fiction. It does not have to build giant cities. It does not have to send messages. It does not have to want to be found. And it certainly does not have to resemble humanity. There is another possibility, perhaps even stranger. Maybe a civilization can survive without remaining biologically recognizable. Perhaps biological organisms eventually create machines. Perhaps those machines become increasingly autonomous. Perhaps intelligence moves from biological brains into artificial systems. Perhaps the civilization becomes something very different over millions of years. At some point, would we still call it a civilization? We do not know. This is one reason why searching for extraterrestrial intelligence is so difficult. We have only one example. US. We are trying to recognize something without knowing how different it could be. Imagine asking someone who has only ever seen one species of tree to identify every possible tree in the universe. They might recognize some, but many others could look completely unfamiliar. Our expectations are shaped by Earth, by biology, by human history, by human technology. That does not make our expectations useless, but it means we have to remain open to possibilities we did not anticipate. And, perhaps, the oldest civilizations would be the most difficult to recognize because they would have had the longest time to become something different. A civilization only 100 years older than us might be recognizable. A civilization 1,000,000 years older could already be radically different. A civilization 1,000,000,000 years older might be almost impossible for us to classify. Perhaps we could observe its planet and simply think interesting, strange, unusual, natural, and move on. Maybe some of the mysteries we observe in the universe could someday turn out to have explanations we never considered. But again, we must be careful. There is a huge difference between saying, "This is unexplained," and saying, "This is alien." Most unexplained astronomical observations eventually receive natural explanations. The universe is full of phenomena that initially seem strange. New stars, new types of explosions, unusual objects, unexpected patterns. Science progresses by investigating these mysteries, not by assigning them the most exciting explanation. So, if we ever find something unusual, the first question should not be, could this be extraterrestrial? It should be, what else could explain it? Only after the natural possibilities are carefully examined would an artificial explanation become compelling. That caution matters, because the discovery of extraterrestrial intelligence would be one of the most important events in human history. We would need extraordinary evidence. A signal, a pattern, a structure, something that could be independently observed and repeatedly confirmed, something that nature could not easily produce. Until then, the responsible answer remains, we do not know. And perhaps that is where the mystery becomes most beautiful, because somewhere out there may be worlds older than ours. Worlds where life began long before Earth. Worlds where evolution followed completely different paths. Worlds where intelligence appeared and perhaps disappeared. There may be planets carrying the silent remains of civilizations that existed millions of years ago. There may be worlds where intelligent life is only beginning. And there may be worlds where nothing ever happened at all. From our distance, many of them may look almost identical. A tiny point of light, a star, a planet, a spectrum, a handful of photons crossing the darkness. And yet, behind those photons could be an entire history, a history we may never know. Think about the Milky Way. Hundreds of billions of stars, countless planets, a history stretching back billions of years. If intelligent life has appeared many times, then the galaxy may contain an enormous collection of stories. Some ancient, some young, some still unfolding, some already finished, some perhaps happening right now. But the galaxy is so large that these stories may never meet. One civilization could rise while another is disappearing. One could send a signal while another has not yet developed radio. One could look outward while another is still discovering fire. They could all exist within the same galaxy and yet experience completely different cosmic moments. Maybe the universe is not a conversation. Maybe it is a library, and every civilization is one book. Some books are very short, others are enormous. Some are still being written, others ended billions of years ago. And perhaps we have opened only one book, our own. We are reading our own history and trying to guess what the other pages might contain. Maybe one day we will discover another book, a microscopic trace of life beneath the surface of another world, an atmosphere that seems difficult to explain without biology, a chemical pattern that repeats in a way that strongly suggests living processes, or perhaps something even more extraordinary, a signal, a deliberate sequence, a message, something that cannot reasonably be explained by nature alone. If that day comes, the question will change. We will no longer be asking, are we the first? We will finally know that at least one other story exists. But until then, the question remains open. Maybe we are the first. Maybe we are not. Maybe someone came before us and vanished. Maybe someone exists now, but is too far away. Maybe someone will appear long after humanity is gone. Maybe there have already been countless civilizations, and we simply missed every one of them. The universe is large enough to contain all of these possibilities, and time is long enough to make almost every story imaginable. For now, we can only keep looking, keep listening, keep learning, and keep remembering that the absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. The sky has not told us that we are alone. It has simply not answered yet. And perhaps the next part of our journey begins with that silence, a silence so enormous that it became a question of its own. If there could have been so many opportunities, so many stars, so many worlds, so much time, then why, after all these years, have we heard nothing? Where is everyone? Perhaps the universe is not empty. Perhaps the answer is hidden inside the silence. And perhaps we are finally ready to listen. There is a strange feeling that comes from looking into the night sky. At first, it feels full, stars everywhere, thousands visible to the naked eye on a clear night. And behind them, millions, billions, trillions more. The deeper our instruments look, the more stars we discover, the more planets we find, the more possibilities seem to appear. And yet, when we listen, there is something missing. A voice, a signal, a message, anything that unmistakably says, "We are here too." This is the great silence, and it is one of the oldest questions in modern astronomy. If the universe is so enormous, and if planets are so common, then why have we not found anyone? The question is often associated with the physicist Enrico Fermi. During a conversation in the early 1950s, Fermi reportedly asked a simple question: where is everybody? It sounds almost casual, but behind those words is an enormous puzzle. The universe is about 13.8 billion years old. The Milky Way has existed for billions of years. There are hundreds of billions of stars in our galaxy. Many of those stars have planets. Some planets may have conditions suitable for life, and the universe contains countless other galaxies, each with their own enormous populations of stars. If even a tiny fraction of these worlds develop intelligent civilizations, we might expect at least some evidence. Perhaps radio signals, perhaps artificial structures, perhaps spacecraft, perhaps unusual energy signatures, perhaps something, anything, that could reveal the presence of another technological species. But so far, we have no confirmed evidence. We have discovered thousands of planets beyond our solar system. We have detected organic molecules in space. We have studied atmospheres. We have listened for artificial radio signals. We have searched for unusual astronomical phenomena. And still, nothing has been confirmed as extraterrestrial technology. That does not mean there is nothing there. It means we have not found it. Those are very different statements. Imagine standing beside a vast ocean. On a dark night, you shine a flashlight across the water. You see nothing. Does that prove there are no ships? No. Perhaps there are no ships, but perhaps they are beyond the range of your light. Perhaps they are hidden by fog. Perhaps they are using no lights. Perhaps they are somewhere else entirely. Or perhaps your flashlight is simply not the right instrument. Our search for extraterrestrial intelligence has similar limitations. We have been listening, but only for a relatively short time. Humanity's ability to detect artificial signals across interstellar distances is extremely young. Radio astronomy itself is less than a century old. Our systematic searches for extraterrestrial signals are even younger. Compared with the age of the universe, our listening period is almost nothing. A civilization could have been transmitting signals for 10,000 years, and we might still miss them if those signals never crossed our part of space at the right time, or perhaps they stopped transmitting long before we began listening. This brings us back to time. Imagine two civilizations. One appears on a planet 1,000,000 years before the other. The first civilization develops radio. It broadcasts for 1,000 years. Then, for whatever reason, it stops. Perhaps it changes its technology. Perhaps it loses interest. Perhaps it disappears. The second civilization does not develop radio until 1,000,000 years later. The two civilizations technically existed within the same universe, but they never overlap. The first signal has long since passed. The second civilization begins listening after the first has already vanished. From the perspective of the second civilization, the universe appears silent, but the silence would be misleading. Someone had been there. They simply were not there. At the same time, this possibility becomes increasingly important the more we consider the enormous age of the cosmos. Civilizations may be separated not only by distance, but by time. A civilization can be 10,000 light years away, but it can also be 10,000 years apart, or 1,000,000, or 1,000,000,000. Space and time work together, and perhaps that is one of the reasons the universe feels so quiet. But there is another possibility. Maybe civilizations do not broadcast. We often imagine that an advanced civilization would naturally send messages into space. After all, we have done this. Our radio and television transmissions have expanded into space. Some spacecraft have carried information about Earth. We have deliberately sent messages towards selected stars. But why should another civilization behave the same way? Radio transmission requires energy. It may have no practical value. For a civilization that has other methods of communication, perhaps they communicate through technologies we have not discovered. Perhaps their communication is highly directional. Perhaps they communicate only with nearby worlds. Perhaps they have no interest in announcing their existence. Or perhaps they have learned that broadcasting information into the universe is not necessarily wise. These are possibilities. We should not assume they are true, but they demonstrate an important point. Silence does not necessarily mean absence. It can also mean different behavior. There is another problem. Even if a civilization is transmitting, we may not recognize its signal. Our searches often look for patterns that appear artificial. A narrowband signal, a repeated sequence, a structured modulation, something that natural astrophysical processes are unlikely to produce. But what if an alien civilization communicates using a method that produces signals indistinguishable from nature? What if the technology is designed to be extremely efficient? What if it uses frequencies we rarely monitor? What if the signal is too weak? What if the civilization is transmitting only toward a specific target, and Earth is not that target? The search space is enormous. There are countless frequencies, countless directions, countless possible signal structures, countless possible timescales. And we have only limited instruments, limited observing time, and limited knowledge of what to search for. It is almost like trying to find one particular conversation inside an ocean of noise without knowing the language, the speakers, the subject, or even whether they are talking. And yet, we continue listening because the potential discovery would be extraordinary. Imagine one night, a telescope detects something unusual. At first, it looks like noise. Researchers examine it. They check the instrument. They check satellites. They check known astronomical sources. They observe again. The signal returns. It comes from the same region of the sky. It has a structure that natural processes cannot easily explain. Other observatories detect it. Different instruments confirm it. The signal remains. At that point, the question changes. We would no longer be asking, could someone be out there? We would be asking, who? But getting to that point would be extraordinarily difficult. Science would demand confirmation, then independent confirmation, then more observations. The signal would need to survive attempts to explain it naturally. Researchers would try to disprove the extraterrestrial interpretation. They would search for every possible source of interference, every technical explanation, every astronomical possibility. Only after all of that would the evidence become compelling. This caution is important because false alarms are inevitable. The history of astronomy contains many moments when something strange appeared, only to receive a natural explanation later. Pulsars themselves were initially so unusual that their discoverer jokingly labeled the first signal LGM. For little green men, the universe was not sending aliens. It was revealing pulsating neutron stars. The lesson is valuable. Strange does not automatically mean artificial. Unexpected does not automatically mean extraterrestrial. The universe is capable of producing phenomena far stranger than anything humanity had imagined. So, we should remain skeptical. But skepticism does not mean pessimism. It means we want to be sure, because if we ever discover extraterrestrial intelligence, we will want to know that the evidence is real, not a mistake, not interference, not an unusual natural phenomenon, but a genuine signal from another world. And perhaps the first discovery will not be a message at all. Maybe it will be something much quieter, a planet with an atmosphere that contains an unusual combination of gases, a chemical imbalance that appears difficult to maintain without biological activity, a world where the atmosphere changes seasonally in ways that suggest something active on its surface, or perhaps a molecule associated with life, found in a place where we never expected it. That would be a different kind of discovery. Not intelligence, not civilization, life. And even that would change our understanding of the universe. Imagine discovering that somewhere beyond the solar system, another planet is alive, not intelligent, not technological, just alive. Perhaps microbes, perhaps something completely unfamiliar. It would still answer one of humanity's oldest questions. We would finally know that life is not unique to Earth. And once that door opened, the question of intelligence would become even more interesting, because then we would have a second example. We could compare. We could ask how different its biology is, how quickly it appeared, how complex it became, whether evolution followed similar patterns, whether intelligence emerged, or whether life remained simple. One second example could transform everything. But until then, Earth remains our only confirmed biosphere. That is why the Great Silence is so difficult to interpret. There are simply too many possibilities. Maybe life is rare. Maybe intelligence is rare. Maybe civilizations are short-lived. Maybe civilizations become quiet. Maybe the distances are too great. Maybe the signals are too weak. Maybe we are listening at the wrong frequencies. Maybe we are looking for the wrong kind of technology. Maybe civilizations communicate in ways we cannot detect. Maybe civilizations exist, but do not care about us. Maybe we really are alone, and there is something uncomfortable about that final possibility. If we are alone, then the silence is not temporary. It would not be a technical problem. It would not be a question of better telescopes. It would mean there is nobody else, no other civilizations, no distant voices, no ancient societies, no other minds looking upward, just us and the enormous universe. That would make humanity extraordinarily important, but also extraordinarily fragile. Every story of intelligence would exist only here. Every question about the stars would be asked by us. Every telescope, every spacecraft, every message, every attempt to understand the universe would belong to one species on one small planet. It is a profound thought, but there is no evidence yet that this is the case. And perhaps we should resist the temptation to decide too early. The universe is simply too large. Our search is too young. Our instruments are still improving. Our understanding of life is still developing. We have not yet visited another planet around another star. We have not examined the atmosphere of most potentially habitable worlds. We have not searched every relevant frequency. We have not searched every possible form of technological signature. We have barely begun. So perhaps the great silence is not an ending. Perhaps it is an introduction, a reminder that the question is still open. There is something beautiful about that, because uncertainty leaves room for discovery. Every night, the stars continue to shine, the planets continue to orbit, the galaxies continue their enormous journeys, and somewhere, perhaps, something is happening. A cell dividing beneath the ice of a distant moon, an ecosystem developing beneath an alien ocean, a young civilization learning to control fire, an astronomer on another world, watching a star, and wondering whether anyone else exists. Perhaps someone else is asking the same question. Perhaps they are looking toward us, without knowing that we are here. Maybe their telescopes are pointed at a different region of the sky. Maybe their world is so far away that our light has not yet reached them. Maybe their civilization is only beginning. Or maybe they have already come and gone. We do not know. And perhaps that is why the great silence feels so strange. It is not simply the absence of sound. It is the space between possibilities. A vast pause between the question and whatever answer the universe may eventually provide. For now, we listen, quietly, patiently, not expecting the universe to answer on our schedule. Because the cosmos has never been in a hurry. Stars take millions of years to form. Planets take time to evolve. Life may take billions of years to become complex. Civilizations may appear and disappear within tiny windows of cosmic time, and a message between stars may take centuries to arrive. Perhaps The universe is not silent. Perhaps it is simply slow, very slow, slow enough that a question asked tonight may not receive its answer for generations, and perhaps that is okay, because curiosity does not always require immediate answers. Sometimes the question itself is enough. We can lie here beneath the night sky and wonder, are we alone? Are we early? Are we late? Did someone come before us? Will someone come after us? Is another civilization listening tonight? Or are we the only minds asking these questions? The stars do not tell us, not yet. And so, the silence continues. But now, we can ask a deeper question. What if there is a point along the path from life to intelligence where most civilizations never make it? What if something is filtering the universe, leaving only a very small number of technological civilizations behind? Perhaps that is where the mystery becomes even more profound. Because if we could understand which step is difficult, we might begin to understand why the universe is so quiet. Maybe the great silence is not the absence of civilizations. Maybe it is the shadow cast by a barrier that almost no world manages to cross. And that possibility leads us toward one of the most haunting ideas in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence: the Great Filter. A question about whether there is some step somewhere between the first living cell and a civilization capable of surviving across cosmic time that is extraordinarily difficult to overcome. Perhaps humanity has already passed it, or perhaps we have not reached it yet. The stars remain above us. The night remains quiet. And the question waits. There is a strange possibility hidden inside the silence. Perhaps the universe is not empty. Perhaps there are many worlds where life has appeared. Perhaps some of those worlds became complex. Perhaps some produced intelligence. And perhaps some even produced civilizations capable of looking beyond their own planets. If all of that is possible, then we are left with another question. Why are there not more of them? Maybe because somewhere along the journey, there is a barrier, a step that is extremely difficult to cross, a transition that almost no world manages to complete. This idea is sometimes called the Great Filter. It is not a single object, not a wall floating between the stars, not a physical barrier that spacecraft would encounter. It is an idea, a way of asking whether there is some stage in the development of life that is extraordinarily unlikely. Perhaps the universe produces countless planets. Perhaps life appears on many of them. But maybe almost all of those worlds become stuck somewhere along the way. The first living cells appear, but never become complex. Complex organisms appear, but never develop intelligence. Intelligent creatures appear, but never develop technology. Technological civilizations appear, but fail to survive for very long. Somewhere, there may be a step that filters almost everything out. And if that is true, then humanity's existence becomes even more interesting. Because we have already crossed several enormous steps. Life exists here. Complex life exists here. Intelligence exists here. Technology exists here, and we are now capable of observing the universe in ways no previous organism on Earth ever could. The question is, how many of the difficult steps are already behind us, and how many might still be ahead? To understand the idea, we need to go back to the beginning. Imagine thousands of planets, all orbiting stars, all with different environments. On some, nothing happens. The chemistry remains chemistry. Rocks remain rocks. Water may come and go, but no life begins. On others, perhaps life appears. Simple organisms, cells, microbes. Perhaps life survives for billions of years, but never becomes more complex. If the origin of life itself is extremely difficult, then that could be the great filter. Maybe the universe creates many potentially habitable worlds, but almost none ever become alive. If that were true, then humanity would have already crossed an extraordinary barrier. The first living system would be the rare event. But we do not know how rare the origin of life actually is. Earth gives us only one example, our own. We know that life existed on Earth relatively early, after the planet became habitable enough for it to survive. But we do not know whether that happened easily or whether it required an extraordinary sequence of conditions. Perhaps life appears quickly whenever conditions are suitable. Or perhaps Earth was incredibly lucky. We cannot tell from one planet. One example cannot reveal the probability of an event with confidence. And so, the origin of life remains one of the deepest, unanswered questions in biology. But perhaps the great filter lies later. Maybe simple life is common. Maybe the universe is filled with microbes. Maybe almost every suitable planet eventually becomes alive. But then, something happens. Or rather, something fails to happen. Complex cells. For most of Earth's history, life was microscopic. Single-celled organisms dominated the planet. Complex cells appeared much later, and their emergence changed what life could eventually become. Complex cells could support greater internal organization. They could contain specialized structures. They could cooperate. They could eventually become part of multicellular organisms. Without this transition, the story of complex life might never have happened. Perhaps this is one of the rare steps. Maybe simple cells are common, but complex cells are extraordinarily uncommon. Imagine a universe containing billions of living planets, but almost all of them remain microscopic. From space, those worlds would be almost impossible to recognize as inhabited. Their biospheres might be enormous, but their organisms would leave only subtle chemical traces. No forests, no animals, no cities, no technology, just life, quietly continuing. If that were the great filter, then the universe could be full of life and still appear almost completely empty. But perhaps complex life is common too. Perhaps planets frequently produce animals, plants, oceans filled with organisms, forests, complex ecosystems, and yet almost none produce intelligence. That would place the filter somewhere else. Maybe intelligence itself is the difficult transition. This is where Earth becomes particularly interesting. Intelligence did not appear immediately. Life existed for billions of years before humans arrived. Even among complex animals, only a few lineages developed the kind of intelligence that could eventually lead to technological civilization. That does not mean intelligence is rare everywhere, but it does show that intelligence is not an automatic consequence of complexity. A planet can have oceans, continents, atmospheres, forests, animals, predators, prey, complex ecosystems, and still have no species capable of building a telescope. The dinosaurs are perhaps the most obvious reminder. They dominated the planet for an enormous span of time, but there is no indication that technological intelligence was inevitable. Their evolutionary success did not point toward cities, or mathematics, or radio. They were simply successful dinosaurs, and that may be enough. Perhaps the universe is full of worlds, where evolution produces extraordinary organisms, but never produces technology. Then the great filter might be intelligence. But even if intelligence develops, another barrier could remain: technology. A species might become intelligent and still never develop an industrial civilization. It might not have fire. It might live underwater. It might lack manipulators. It might not develop language capable of transmitting complex ideas. It might remain isolated in small populations. It might never accumulate knowledge across generations. Perhaps technological civilization requires a very specific combination of biological and environmental conditions. On Earth, humans had an unusual collection of advantages. We had hands capable of precise manipulation. We had brains capable of complex abstraction. We had social cooperation. We had language. We had fire. We had access to materials that could be shaped. We lived on land. We developed increasingly sophisticated cultural systems. And, eventually, we discovered how to use energy on a massive scale. But perhaps that combination is extraordinarily rare. Maybe there are countless intelligent animals that never have the opportunity to become technological. If so, the universe could contain intelligence without civilizations. But suppose a civilization does appear. Then another possibility emerges. Maybe the great filter is not behind us. Maybe it lies ahead. This is the most unsettling version of the idea. Imagine that life is common. Complex life is common. Intelligence is common. Technology is common. Civilizations appear everywhere. And yet, we see almost none. Why? Perhaps because technological civilizations do not survive very long. Maybe they reach a certain level of power and then destroy themselves, perhaps through war, perhaps through environmental collapse, perhaps through uncontrolled technology, perhaps through mistakes that become impossible to reverse. Perhaps they simply fail to manage the complexity of their own civilization. If that were true, then the great filter could be something that most technological civilizations eventually encounter. And perhaps humanity has not reached it yet. This possibility is not a prediction. It is not evidence that humanity is doomed. It is simply one interpretation of the silence. And it is important not to turn the great filter into a story of inevitable catastrophe. We do not know that technological civilizations destroy themselves. We have exactly one example: us. And our own civilization is still very young. We have survived enormous dangers. We have also created new ones, but we cannot use our own uncertainty as evidence that every civilization follows the same path. Perhaps advanced civilizations become more stable. Perhaps they learn to control dangerous technologies. Perhaps they develop institutions that become increasingly resilient. Perhaps they solve problems that we have not yet learned to solve. Maybe the great filter is not destruction at all. Perhaps civilizations simply change. Maybe biological intelligence evolves into something different. Maybe technological civilizations become distributed. Maybe they stop living on planets. Maybe they become difficult to detect. Maybe they abandon the kinds of activities we would expect to see. Again, we do not know. But the central question remains: where is the difficult step if we could somehow discover that simple life is extremely common, that complex life is common, and that intelligent life is also common, but technological civilizations are almost non-existent? Then the filter would probably lie near technology. If instead we discovered that life itself is extraordinarily rare, then perhaps the great filter is behind us. And that distinction matters, because if the hardest step is behind us, our existence would represent something extraordinary. We would already have crossed the barrier. But if the hardest step lies ahead, then our current position would be more uncertain. We would have reached the point where civilizations can ask questions, but perhaps not yet the point where they can survive indefinitely. This is why finding simple life elsewhere could have an unexpected effect on the great filter question. At first, the discovery of life beyond Earth would seem entirely positive. It would tell us that life is not unique, but it could also change our understanding of probability. Imagine finding simple microbial life on another world. That would suggest the origin of life may not be extremely rare. If we found simple life on many worlds, the case would become even stronger. Perhaps life begins easily. Perhaps the first filter is not the difficult one. Then we would look toward the later steps: complexity, intelligence, technology, survival. On the other hand, imagine searching thousands of potentially habitable worlds and finding no convincing evidence of life anywhere. That would not prove that life is rare, but it would make the possibility more plausible. Perhaps the first living system is the extraordinary event. Perhaps Earth really is unusual. And perhaps we are already past the most difficult step. There is an almost philosophical beauty to this uncertainty. The same discovery could change the meaning of our existence, depending on what we find. Finding life might make the universe feel less lonely, but make the later filters more important. Finding nothing might make Earth feel more extraordinary, but leave us with an even deeper mystery. Every observation changes the possibilities. Every new planet narrows the question. Every new atmospheric measurement adds another piece. Every discovery about Earth's history helps us understand the path that brought us here. And perhaps, one day, we will finally understand which steps were truly difficult. But there is another complication. The Great Filter may not be one event. Perhaps there are many. Perhaps every transition becomes progressively less likely. Life, complex cells, multicellular organisms, nervous systems, intelligence, technology, civilization, long-term survival, interstellar expansion. Each step could remove worlds from the path. If so, there may be no single great filter. There may be a long series of smaller filters, a cosmic chain where only a tiny fraction of worlds reach the end. This would explain something important. We might not need one enormous barrier to explain the silence. Many small barriers could produce the same result. Imagine each step has a reasonably high probability. Perhaps 90% of worlds pass the first, 90% of those pass the second, 90% of those pass the third, and so on. After many steps, the number of worlds reaching the final stage becomes very small. Even without one impossible transition, the cumulative effect could be enormous. Of course, those numbers are only an illustration. We do not know the actual probabilities, but the principle is important. The path from chemistry to a technological civilization contains many transitions, and each one matters. Perhaps the universe is not producing too few planets. Perhaps it is producing too few successful chains. A world can be habitable and still remain sterile. A world can be alive and remain microscopic. A world can be complex and remain unintelligent. A world can be intelligent and remain non-technological. A world can become technological and remain isolated. A world can become a civilization and still disappear. At every stage, the story can end, and perhaps that is what makes our existence so remarkable. Not because humanity is necessarily destined to be special, but because we are the result of an incredibly long chain of events. A chain that began with a planet, then chemistry, then life, then evolution, then complexity, then intelligence, then culture, then technology, and now questions about the universe itself. We are far from the beginning, but perhaps we are also far from the end. And that uncertainty leads to the most important version of the Great Filter question. If there is a major filter, where is it? Behind us or ahead? If it is behind us, perhaps the universe is telling a story about how difficult it is to produce intelligent life. If it is ahead, perhaps the universe is telling a story about how difficult it is to keep intelligent life alive. We do not know, and perhaps we should not be afraid of that uncertainty. Instead, we should use it as a reason to learn, to understand our planet, to understand our history, to understand the technologies we create, to understand the risks we face, and to understand, as carefully as possible, what it means to become a civilization capable of surviving for very long periods of time. Because there is something remarkable about the question. For the first time in Earth's history, one species is capable of asking whether civilizations elsewhere have survived. And perhaps that means we have reached a strange threshold. We are no longer simply part of the experiment. We are beginning to observe it. The universe has produced stars. Stars produced planets. Planets produced chemistry. Chemistry produced life. Life produced intelligence. And intelligence has begun looking back at the universe. Maybe that is rare. Maybe it is common. We do not know. But tonight, under the quiet sky, we can at least recognize how extraordinary the journey has already been. Perhaps we have passed the hardest step. Perhaps the hardest step is still ahead. Perhaps there is no great filter at all. Perhaps there are many. And perhaps the silence of the universe is simply waiting for us to learn enough to understand what it means. The stars remain distant. The rain continues to fall. And the question stays with us. If intelligence is rare, then perhaps our existence is extraordinary. But if intelligence is common and civilizations are everywhere, then why do we see no evidence of them? Perhaps the answer lies in how long intelligence survives. And that brings us to another possibility. Maybe the universe is filled with living worlds, but only a tiny number ever reach the moment where they begin asking questions like ours. Maybe we are not surrounded by ancient civilizations. Maybe we are surrounded by worlds that never made it this far. And perhaps that would make this quiet planet beneath us even more unusual than it first appeared. For now, we cannot know. So we continue. One question leading to another. One star leading to another. One possibility opening into another. And perhaps the next question is the simplest of all. What if intelligence really is rare? What if the long journey from life to thought is one of the most extraordinary events in the universe? There is a possibility we have been avoiding. A quiet possibility. One that does not require ancient civilizations to have disappeared, or signals to be hidden, or technology to be beyond our understanding. Perhaps there simply are not many civilizations. Perhaps life is common, but intelligence is rare, very rare. Maybe the universe contains countless worlds where something is alive. Oceans beneath ice, microorganisms beneath the surface, simple ecosystems beneath alien skies, perhaps even complex animals, moving through unfamiliar landscapes. But perhaps almost none of those worlds produce something capable of looking upward and wondering why the stars exist. That possibility is difficult to measure because we have only one example: Earth, one planet, one biosphere, one evolutionary history, one species that has built technology. From that single example, We are trying to understand what happens across billions of planets. It is like finding one tree and trying to understand every forest that has ever existed. We simply do not have enough information. But Earth can still teach us something. And perhaps the most important lesson is how long intelligence took to appear. Life has existed on this planet for billions of years, but human-like technological intelligence appeared only very recently. For most of Earth's history, there was no species capable of building a radio telescope, no species capable of writing mathematics, no species capable of launching a spacecraft. Life had an enormous amount of time, and yet technological intelligence appeared only near the very end of the story. That does not prove intelligence is rare, but it tells us intelligence is certainly not immediate. The first life did not appear and then quickly become human. The journey was long, extremely long, and filled with uncertainty. For billions of years, life remained microscopic. Then came more complex cells, then multicellular organisms, then increasingly complex ecosystems, then nervous systems, then brains, then sophisticated behavior, and eventually one lineage developed a form of intelligence capable of transforming the planet. But perhaps we should not look at this sequence as though it were inevitable, because evolution did not know where it was going. There was no destination called humanity. There was no invisible path leading towards civilization. At every stage, life simply responded to its environment. If a trait helped an organism survive, it could become more common. If it did not, it could disappear. Entire branches of life appeared, flourished, and vanished. The majority of species that have ever lived on Earth are gone. The evolutionary tree is filled with dead branches. Some lasted millions of years. Some lasted much longer. And yet, none of them became us. This is important, because when we look backward from the present, it is easy to imagine that everything was leading toward humanity. But that is not how evolution works. Humanity is one outcome among countless possible outcomes. If we could somehow rewind Earth's history and let the planet evolve again, there is no guarantee that humans would ever appear. Perhaps another intelligent species would emerge. Perhaps none would. Perhaps life would follow an entirely different path. Small differences in the past could produce enormous differences in the future. A climate change here, a species going extinct there, a new predator appearing, a different mutation becoming common, a continent forming in another place, a different asteroid arriving at a different time. History is sensitive to chance, and biological evolution is history written through living organisms. That means intelligence may depend on an enormous sequence of circumstances, not one miracle, but thousands of small events, each one shaping what comes next. Consider the mass extinctions. Earth has experienced several. The most famous, perhaps, is the extinction that ended the age of non-avian dinosaurs. Around 66 million years ago, a large asteroid struck Earth. The consequences were enormous. Many species disappeared. Entire ecosystems collapsed. The world changed. And afterward, new opportunities opened. Mammals expanded into ecological spaces that had previously been dominated by dinosaurs. Over tens of millions of years, those changes eventually contributed to the world in which primates could evolve, and much later, humans. But imagine if that asteroid had never arrived. The future might have been completely different. Perhaps dinosaurs would have continued dominating many ecosystems. Perhaps mammals would still have evolved, but along another path. Perhaps intelligence would eventually have emerged in a dinosaur lineage. Perhaps not. We cannot know. The point is not that the asteroid created humanity. It is that history contains branching possibilities. A different event could have produced a different world. And if the emergence of intelligence depends on many such branches, then perhaps intelligence is genuinely rare. Not because intelligence is impossible, but because the path toward it is narrow. Imagine a universe filled with planets. Each one begins with different conditions, different chemistry, different oceans, different continents, different atmospheres, different stars, different histories. On some worlds, life never begins. On others, life begins, but remains simple. On some, complex organisms evolve. On others, intelligence appears. But perhaps only a tiny fraction ever reach technological civilization. The universe could then contain an enormous amount of life without containing many technological species. That would explain something about the Great Silence. We would not need every civilization to disappear. We would not need advanced species to hide. We would not need mysterious barriers. Perhaps there simply are not many worlds where the entire sequence occurs. Life, complexity, intelligence, technology, civilization, long-term survival. Each step reduces the possibilities, and by the time we reach the final stage, almost nothing remains. This would make Earth unusual, but unusual does not necessarily mean unique. There is an important difference. If humanity is 1 in a trillion, that would make us extraordinarily rare. But the universe contains enormous numbers of stars. 1 in a trillion could still happen many times. The observable universe is so large that even extremely unlikely events can occur repeatedly. This is one of the difficulties of thinking about cosmic probabilities. Our intuition was not designed for numbers this large. We are comfortable thinking about 1 person, 1 family, 1 city, 1 planet. But the universe operates on scales where even tiny probabilities can become significant. Perhaps there are 10 civilizations, perhaps 1,000, perhaps millions, perhaps only 1. We do not currently know. And perhaps the difference between those possibilities is larger than almost anything else we can imagine. There is another question. What exactly do we mean by intelligence? Human intelligence is only one form. We tend to measure intelligence by our own standards. Language, mathematics, tool use, abstract reasoning, planning, technology. But another species could be intelligent in ways that do not resemble us. Perhaps it has extraordinary sensory abilities. Perhaps it possesses forms of collective intelligence. Perhaps its cognition is distributed across an entire colony. Perhaps it experiences time differently. Perhaps its intelligence is deeply connected to its environment. Perhaps it does not use tools because its body already provides everything it needs. Would we recognize such a species as intelligent? Maybe, maybe not. And this matters because the universe may contain many kinds of cognition that we have not imagined. Yet, there is still a specific type of intelligence that matters for the question we are asking. Technological intelligence. A species capable of manipulating its environment, accumulating knowledge, building complex tools, and eventually communicating across planetary or interplanetary distances. That transition may be much rarer than intelligence itself. Imagine an intelligent ocean creature. It can solve complex problems. It can remember individuals. It can communicate. It can teach its offspring. But it cannot control fire. It cannot build metal tools. It cannot construct engines. Its environment may place hard limits on technological development. It could remain intelligent for millions of years without ever producing a radio signal. This means, even if intelligence is not rare, technological intelligence could be, and perhaps that is enough to explain the silence. But what if intelligence itself is rare? Then, the silence becomes less surprising. The universe might be filled with life, but almost all of it would remain unaware of the stars. Imagine countless living planets, where every organism simply experiences its own environment. A forest beneath another sun, an ocean beneath another sky. Creatures moving through alien ecosystems, predators hunting prey, plants capturing energy from unfamiliar stars. Life continuing, without anyone asking why. The universe would be alive, but largely unaware of itself. Perhaps that is what makes intelligence so strange. For billions of years, the universe existed without any confirmed evidence that anyone was asking questions about it. Stars formed, galaxies collided, planets were created, volcanoes erupted, oceans formed, life evolved. But there was no known observer capable of understanding the larger story. Then, on one small planet, something changed. A species developed the ability to build representations of reality inside its own mind. It began asking questions. Where did we come from? What are the stars? How old is the universe? Are there other worlds? Could someone else be looking back? In that sense, intelligence may be more than survival. It is the ability to turn existence into a question. And perhaps that ability is rare. But there is another possibility. Maybe intelligence is not rare at all. Maybe, given enough time, evolution often produces it. Perhaps many worlds eventually reach this stage. If that were true, then the Great Silence would require another explanation. Maybe technological civilizations do not last. Maybe they become invisible. Maybe they spread into forms we cannot recognize. Maybe they are simply too far away. Maybe we have not been listening long enough. Or perhaps the universe is much younger, in terms of intelligent life, than we tend to imagine. That possibility will become important later. For now, we can remain with the possibility that intelligence is rare, because if it is, then our existence carries a strange weight. Imagine being one of only a few technological species in the entire observable universe. Perhaps there are millions of galaxies and only a handful of worlds, where creatures have built machines capable of studying the cosmos. Perhaps Earth is one of those worlds. Perhaps there are others, but they may be unimaginably far apart. And if so, the silence between us would not be mysterious. It would simply be the natural consequence of rarity. A galaxy can contain hundreds of billions of stars and still contain very few technological civilizations. The distances between those civilizations could then be enormous. Thousands, millions, perhaps tens of thousands of light years. Communication would become difficult. Travel would become even harder. Civilizations could exist without ever meeting, even if they wanted to. And perhaps that is one of the quiet possibilities hidden inside the night sky. We may not be surrounded by neighbors. We may be scattered across an enormous darkness. Each civilization, a tiny island of awareness. Each looking outward. Each wondering whether there are other islands. There is something almost poetic about that. The universe could be full of matter, full of stars, full of planets, full of life, and yet consciousness could remain extraordinarily sparse, like small lights, separated by an ocean of darkness. If that is true, then our planet becomes more than simply our home. It becomes one of the places where the universe has become capable of looking at itself. The atoms in our bodies were created through ancient cosmic processes. The elements that make our bones, the oxygen we breathe, the carbon in our cells, the iron in our blood, all of them have cosmic histories. Stars lived, stars died. Their material became part of new stars. New planets formed, and eventually, some of that material became living organisms. Some of those organisms became intelligent, and one species began studying the stars from which its ingredients came. It is a remarkable loop. The universe produced the material. The material became life. Life became intelligence. And intelligence began trying to understand the universe. Perhaps that process is rare. Perhaps it happens everywhere. We simply do not know. But there is another question hiding underneath. If intelligence is rare, why did it take so long here? Why did Earth spend billions of years producing life before producing anything capable of building technology? Maybe because intelligence requires time. Perhaps evolution needs enormous stretches of stability. A planet must remain habitable long enough for complexity to accumulate. The star must remain stable. The climate must avoid permanent collapse. Life must survive extinction events. Complex organisms must have enough time to diversify. And eventually, some lineage must find a path toward advanced cognition. That could take billions of years. Perhaps this means younger planetary systems are less likely to contain technological civilizations, not because they are incapable of producing life, but because they simply have not had enough time. The universe is ancient, but individual worlds are born at different times. Some planets are extremely old, others are young. Some may be only beginning their biological stories. Others may have been evolving for billions of years. And this introduces another possibility. Maybe humanity is not late. Maybe we are early. The universe could still have an enormous biological future ahead. There may be stars that will shine for trillions of years, planets that do not yet exist, worlds that have not yet formed, life that has not yet begun, intelligence that will not appear until long after our species is gone. If that is true, then humanity may not be an ancient arrival. We may be one of the early ones. Not necessarily the first, but perhaps among the first. And that possibility changes the question again. Maybe the silence is not telling us that civilizations disappear. Maybe it is telling us that most civilizations have not appeared yet. Perhaps the universe is still at the beginning of its long biological story. The first stars were born billions of years ago, but the future of the universe could last far longer. Then perhaps the greatest age of intelligence has not even begun. We could be living near the opening chapters rather than near the end. It is an enormous possibility, and in the next part, we will stay with it. Because if the universe has billions upon billions of years ahead, then perhaps the strangest possibility of all is that humanity arrived not too late, but surprisingly early. The rain continues, the night remains quiet, and somewhere beyond the darkness, the future is still waiting. There is another possibility, one that feels almost impossible to imagine. What if we are early? Not early in the history of Earth, not early in the history of humanity, but early in the history of intelligent life across the universe. When we look at the stars, we tend to imagine that the universe has already had plenty of time. Billions of years. That sounds almost infinite. But the universe may still have an enormous future ahead. And some of the stars that will shine longest have barely begun their lives. Small stars, especially red dwarfs, can remain stable for vastly longer than stars like our sun. Some may shine for trillions of years, trillions, a span of time so large that it is almost impossible to visualize. Our entire human history would disappear into a tiny fraction of that future. Even the entire age of the universe so far would represent only a small beginning. Compared with the potential lifetimes of some stars, this changes the way we think about cosmic history. We often imagine the universe as an old place, already filled with everything it is capable of producing. But perhaps the universe is still young. Not young in the sense that the first stars are forming. The universe has already gone through enormous transformations. But young, in terms of how much biological evolution may still occur. The stars have been creating planets. Planets have been becoming chemically richer. Life has had time to begin. And intelligence, perhaps, has only recently become possible. Maybe the universe is not a finished story. Maybe it is still opening. The first generations of stars were very different from the stars we see today. They formed from material that contained mostly hydrogen and helium. The heavier elements had not yet accumulated in large amounts. Over time, stars lived and died. Their deaths enriched the surrounding space. New generations of stars formed from material containing more carbon, more oxygen, more silicon, more iron, more of the ingredients needed for rocky planets and for complex chemistry. Eventually, systems like ours became possible, and eventually, Earth. This means the universe may have become progressively more favorable to the kinds of worlds that could support complex chemistry. Not necessarily everywhere. Not necessarily in a simple, linear way, but over a cosmic history. The chemical composition of the universe changed. The universe became richer, and with that richness, new possibilities appeared. Perhaps the earliest stars produced some planets. Perhaps some were rocky. Perhaps some had water. We do not know exactly how common suitable planets were around the first generations of stars. But we do know that the universe did not begin with the same abundance of heavy elements that we see today. So perhaps the biological universe had to wait. Perhaps the first few billion years were only the beginning of the preparation. Stars were building the ingredients. Galaxies were evolving. Planetary systems were forming. And life, if it appeared, was beginning its own experiments. Maybe the universe needed time to become a place where intelligence could flourish. And if that is true, then our arrival may not be particularly late. Perhaps we are surprisingly early. There is something strange about that possibility, because when we look at the universe, we see an enormous amount of history behind us. Billions of years, ancient galaxies, ancient stars, ancient planets. But we rarely think about how much history may still lie ahead. The future is much larger than the past we have experienced. The universe may continue evolving for unimaginably long periods. Stars will continue forming. Some stars will live and die. Planets will continue orbiting. And on some of those worlds, life may eventually begin. Other worlds may already contain life that is only now entering its first complex stages. Perhaps somewhere, an organism is evolving intelligence, but has not yet reached the point of technology. Perhaps another world is still in its microbial era. Perhaps another has not even formed yet. The future contains worlds that do not exist. That is a difficult idea to hold in the mind, but it is true. Some of the planets that will eventually exist have not been born. Some of the stars that will illuminate them have not formed. Some of the civilizations that may one day emerge are still separated from us, not by distance, but by time. They are future civilizations. And if that is the case, then perhaps the universe is not filled with civilizations today, because today is only one moment, a tiny moment, one frame in an enormous film. Imagine a civilization appearing 1 billion years from now. From our perspective, it does not exist, but from the perspective of the universe, it is simply part of the future. Perhaps intelligent life will become much more common after enough time has passed. Perhaps there will be an era when civilizations exist throughout enormous regions of the cosmos. Perhaps the universe will one day be far more aware than it is now. Or perhaps intelligence will always remain rare. Again, we do not know, but the possibility that we are early is worth taking seriously, because it offers another explanation for the silence. Maybe we have not. Being early could simply mean that only a few existed. Perhaps a civilization appeared somewhere in another galaxy billions of years ago. Perhaps another emerged much later. Perhaps another is developing now. And perhaps most of the civilizations that will ever exist are still waiting in the future. If so, humanity would occupy a strange position. We would not be the final product of cosmic evolution. We would be one of the early experiments, a young technological species, appearing during the first part of an enormous biological era. That thought is both humbling and strangely hopeful, because it means we should not expect the universe to be crowded already. Maybe there simply has not been enough time. But then, how long does life actually need to become intelligent? Earth took billions of years. That is the only example we have. If the process usually takes billions of years, then the age of a planetary system becomes important. A planet may be habitable, but life could still be in its early stages. Imagine an ocean world that formed 2 billion years ago. Perhaps life began there, but if its evolutionary history resembles Earth's, it might still be far from technological intelligence. It could be filled with microbes or simple multicellular organisms, while the first complex ecosystems are still developing. To an observer from far away, that world might simply appear quiet, but it would not be empty. It would be young, and perhaps many worlds are young. There is another factor. Stars are not all equally long-lived. Our sun is roughly halfway through its main sequence lifetime. That means Earth exists during a relatively limited window in which the sun provides stable conditions for life. But smaller stars, especially red dwarfs, can remain active and stable for much longer. Some could provide energy to planets for trillions of years. If life can survive around such stars, then those systems may have vastly more time for evolution to experiment. A civilization that appears after 10 billion years would still have enormous time ahead. One that appears after 100 billion years would still be unimaginably early compared with the lifetime of its star. This leads to a strange possibility. Maybe the universe's greatest age of intelligence will happen long after our own civilization disappears. Maybe most intelligent life has not appeared yet. Perhaps we are living near the beginning of the biological era. Of course, this depends on many assumptions. We do not know whether life can easily survive around red dwarfs. We do not know how often life begins. We do not know how often intelligence develops. We do not know how long civilizations survive. And we do not know whether advanced life could exist for trillions of years. So we should not treat this as a prediction. It is a possibility, a way of thinking about cosmic time. And perhaps the most important lesson is simply this: the universe is not only old, it is also young, relative to its possible future. That distinction is easy to miss. We look backward and see 13.8 billion years. But if the future contains vastly longer periods of star formation, planetary evolution, and biological development, then our moment may be unusual for another reason. We may have arrived near the beginning. Imagine a forest. You walk into it and see only a few young trees. You might conclude that the forest is empty, but perhaps you arrived just after the first seeds began to grow. The forest has not finished developing. Millions of years from now, it could be enormous. The universe might be similar. Perhaps we are seeing the first generation of a much larger biological landscape. If so, the silence around us would not be surprising. The cosmic forest may simply be young. There is something else to consider. Civilizations may not need to appear everywhere for the universe to eventually become rich in intelligence. Even if intelligence is rare, enough time can create many opportunities. A tiny probability, repeated over an enormous number of worlds and an enormous number of years, can eventually produce many successes. This is one reason the future matters so much. A civilization that appears once may be followed by another, then another, then another. Even if each event is extraordinarily unlikely, the universe has time. Time and stars. Stars and planets. Planets and chemistry. Chemistry and evolution. Given enough opportunities, the rare can happen. But perhaps there is a deeper implication. If future civilizations are possible, then some of them could be far more advanced than us. Not because they are more intelligent in some magical sense, but because they had more time. A civilization with 1 million years of technological development could be very different from us. One with 10 million years, even more so. One with 100 million, almost impossible to imagine. And if the universe still has an enormous future, then perhaps civilizations eventually reach levels of knowledge that we cannot currently conceive. They may understand physics we have only begun to discover. They may know how to manipulate environments on planetary scales. They may build habitats around stars. They may travel between systems. They may become capable of surviving for extraordinary periods. Again, these are possibilities. We have no evidence that such civilizations exist. But if they can exist, and if they require long periods to develop, then perhaps the universe is simply waiting for enough time to pass. That makes humanity's position unusual. We are technologically young. Astronomically, we are also young. We are looking at a universe that may have barely begun producing civilizations like ours. And yet, we already have the ability to ask whether we are first. Perhaps that question itself is part of the transition. Maybe the first civilizations do not begin by exploring the galaxy. They begin by understanding themselves. They look upward. They discover that stars are suns. They discover that planets exist elsewhere. They discover that life could potentially arise beyond their world. And then they ask the question, is anyone else here? Perhaps we are one of the first civilizations to ask it. Or perhaps many have asked before us. We cannot know yet, but there is something beautiful about imagining both possibilities. If we are first, then the universe may have produced its first technological observers here. If we are among the first, then we are part of a new cosmic era. If we are not early at all, then the universe may contain a history of intelligence far older than we can imagine. Each possibility tells a different story, and our observations have not yet chosen one. Maybe the silence is simply a matter of timing. We are listening now, but perhaps the civilizations that could answer us have not appeared yet, or they appeared and disappeared long ago. The universe does not synchronize its civilizations. There is no cosmic clock telling every intelligent species when to begin. One world may be millions of years ahead, another millions behind, another may never begin. The result could be a universe where intelligence is scattered across time. Not a single era of civilizations, but isolated moments, brief windows, one here, one there, separated by enormous stretches of cosmic history. Perhaps that is why the sky seems quiet. Maybe the universe is filled with civilizations, but most of them are simply not sharing the same moment. And perhaps we should remember something else. If we are early, that does not automatically make us destined to survive. Being early means only that there may be much more history ahead. What we do with our own moment would still matter. A young civilization can still disappear. A species can still fail. A planet can still change. The universe does not guarantee that early arrivals become long-lived civilizations. If anything, being early might make survival more important. Perhaps the first technological civilizations have to learn how to become durable, how to survive their own mistakes, how to protect the environments that sustain them, how to manage powerful technologies, how to preserve knowledge, how to cooperate across generations. Maybe these are the challenges that determine which civilizations become ancient and which remain brief. We do not know, but perhaps the question of whether we are first is connected to another question. If someone else appears long after us, what kind of universe will they inherit? Will they find evidence that humanity once existed? Will our signals still be traveling through space? Will spacecraft still drift between planets? Will anything we build survive long enough to become part of another civilization's history? Maybe future astronomers will one day detect an ancient trace and wonder about the species that produced it. Maybe they will never know. Maybe they will see Earth and notice that its atmosphere changed long ago. Maybe they will discover remnants of our technology, or perhaps our entire technological era will leave almost no permanent trace. That is another reminder of how temporary civilization may be. We think of ourselves as living in the present, but from the perspective of deep time, the present is extremely small. Humanity may be a brief moment, a bright spark, a short interval between the long silence before intelligence and whatever comes after. Perhaps we are early. Perhaps we are late. Perhaps we are exactly where we are supposed to be. Not because the universe has a plan, but because this is simply the moment that happened. Tonight, we are here. The stars are above us. The rain is falling. And a small species on a small planet is asking an enormous question. Are we the first? We still do not know. But perhaps, one day, another civilization will ask the same question. Perhaps it will look at its own night sky and wonder about ancient worlds. Perhaps it will discover a faint signal coming from a distant planet. Perhaps that signal will have been sent by us. Or perhaps we will never be the source of such a discovery. Perhaps another world will be, and if that happens, they may realize something we cannot know tonight, that they were not alone in the universe. They were simply not alone in time. For now, the future remains almost completely unwritten. Stars will continue to form. Planets will continue to appear. Life may continue its experiments. Intelligence may emerge again, and again, and again. Or perhaps it will remain rare. The universe has not told us. And so, we continue looking. Not because we expect an answer, but because somewhere in the darkness, the answer may already be forming. Maybe the first minds are only beginning to awaken. Maybe we are among them, and perhaps the greatest mystery is not whether we are alone tonight, but how many minds the universe will eventually produce. Across all the time that remains, the rain continues. The earth turns quietly beneath us, and beyond the clouds, the stars keep their ancient places. Some are young, some are old, some have planets, some may have life, some may never know a living world, and somewhere, perhaps, there is a planet whose story has not yet reached the chapter, where someone looks up, someone who has not yet asked, are we alone? Maybe we are simply early enough to be among the first to ask. Perhaps we have been looking at the universe from the wrong direction. Perhaps we are not early. Perhaps we are late, very late. Maybe intelligence has existed for billions of years, long before humanity ever appeared. Maybe the The first technological civilization emerged on a planet orbiting a star that formed long before our sun. Maybe that civilization looked toward its own sky and asked the same question we ask tonight. Are we alone? If so, then the silence becomes something different. It is no longer simply the silence of a young universe. It becomes the silence of an ancient one, filled with histories we cannot see. Imagine a civilization appearing 1 billion years before humanity. It would have had an enormous amount of time to develop. Perhaps it survived. Perhaps it expanded. Perhaps it changed. Perhaps it disappeared. But whatever happened, its story would have unfolded long before we arrived. By the time Earth became a living world, that civilization might already have been ancient history. This is one of the strangest things about cosmic time. We often imagine different civilizations could exist at completely different moments in cosmic history. One might be only beginning. Another might already be ancient. Another might have disappeared millions of years ago. And another might not exist yet. From our perspective, all of those possibilities are mixed together. The night sky does not show us a synchronized universe. It shows us layers of time. When we look at a distant galaxy, we are not seeing that galaxy as it is today. We are seeing light that began its journey millions or billions of years ago. The farther away the galaxy, the further into its past we see. And that means something remarkable. The universe above us contains ancient moments. Right now, at the same time, a galaxy may appear to us as it existed billions of years ago, while another appears as it existed millions of years ago. And our own solar system, as it exists now. The sky is a collection of different times, presented to us as though they were one place. So when we ask whether another civilization exists, we have to be careful. What does exists even mean? Does it mean it exists where it is now? Or does it mean its light is reaching us now? Those are not the same thing. Imagine a civilization 10,000 light years away. Suppose it exists today. We cannot see it as it is today. We see what happened there 10,000 years ago. If that civilization sends a signal toward Earth tonight, we would not receive it for another 10,000 years. And if we send a message back, they would have to wait another 10,000 years for our reply to arrive. A simple exchange would take 20,000 years. Two civilizations could exist simultaneously and still experience almost complete isolation. Now imagine a civilization 100 million light years away. The problem becomes even more extreme. The light reaching us today shows what happened there 100 million years ago. If an advanced civilization existed there at that time, we might theoretically see traces of it. But we would have no idea what happened afterward. Perhaps it survived. Perhaps it vanished. Perhaps its descendants became something entirely different. Perhaps its descendants became something entirely different. The light we receive would still preserve only that ancient moment. This creates a strange possibility. We could theoretically discover evidence of a civilization that no longer exists. Its final traces could be crossing the universe long after the civilization itself disappeared. We might look at a distant world and see an ancient technological signature, while in the present day, that world is completely different, perhaps barren, perhaps transformed, perhaps inhabited by another civilization, perhaps nothing at all. The universe can preserve information long after the events themselves have ended. Light is one of those archives. A message written into photons can continue traveling even after its source disappears, and perhaps the night sky is filled with ancient messages that we have not learned how to read. This is not science fiction. We already know that light carries information about distant objects. We can determine the chemical composition of stars. By studying their spectra, we can measure temperatures, velocities, magnetic activity, atmospheric properties. We can reconstruct events that happened millions or billions of years ago. In a sense, astronomy is the study of cosmic history, using light as evidence. So, if a distant civilization ever left a detectable signature, its light could, in principle, carry some of that history toward us. The challenge would be recognizing it. Nature produces enormous numbers of patterns. Stars explode, galaxies collide, planets form, magnetic fields change, gas clouds glow, black holes consume matter. The universe is constantly producing extraordinary signals without any intelligence involved. So, an artificial signature would need to be something that could not reasonably be explained by natural processes. And even then, we would need to confirm it again and again and again, because extraordinary discoveries require extraordinary evidence. But imagine, for a moment, that we eventually find something, a distant world with an atmosphere containing an unusual chemical imbalance. At first, we might think biology, but perhaps there is another explanation. We investigate, more observations, more data, different telescopes, different wavelengths. Eventually, perhaps we discover that the signal is not biological. It is artificial. Something is producing it. Something organized. Something technological. And then, we would face an extraordinary realization. We would not necessarily be meeting another civilization. We might be discovering its past. The civilization could already be gone. Perhaps it disappeared 1,000,000 years ago. We would still be seeing its light. Its existence would reach us only after its absence had already lasted longer than our entire civilization. That would be a strange kind of contact. Not a conversation, not an encounter, an archaeological discovery. Across space and time, a cosmic fossil, and perhaps this is one of the most interesting possibilities in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. We tend to imagine contact as something happening between two civilizations at the same time, but the universe may offer us something else: evidence, a trace, a remnant, a signature of something that once existed. Imagine discovering that an ancient civilization once inhabited a planet long before Earth existed. Suddenly, the history of intelligence would no longer begin with humanity. We would know, for certain, that another mind had once looked at the universe. Another species had wandered. Another civilization had built. Another world had produced technology. And then, it was gone. That discovery would change humanity forever. But perhaps the evidence would be much harder to interpret. Maybe the civilization did not build enormous structures. Maybe its technology was small, efficient, quiet. Maybe it left almost no obvious trace. Perhaps it changed the chemistry of its atmosphere. Perhaps it produced industrial compounds. Perhaps it altered the reflectivity of its planet. Perhaps it built structures that were later destroyed. Perhaps its greatest technological achievements were never visible from interstellar distances. We should not assume that advanced civilizations must be obvious. That assumption comes from our own experience. We live in a world where cities can be seen from space. Our atmosphere contains industrial chemicals. Our satellites produce artificial signals. Our technology sometimes changes the planet on a large scale. But that may not always be true. A mature civilization might become much more efficient. It might consume less energy. It might use technologies we cannot detect. It might deliberately minimize its environmental footprint. It might even choose not to expand. Perhaps the most advanced civilization is not the brightest object in the sky. Perhaps it is the quietest. This creates a difficult problem. How do you search for something when you do not know what it looks like? We can search for radio signals. We can search for unusual infrared emissions. We can study planetary atmospheres. We can look for structures around stars. We can search for artificial patterns. But every search is based on assumptions. And our assumptions are shaped by what humans can imagine. Perhaps our greatest limitation is not the telescope. It is imagination. What if extraterrestrial technology does not use radio? What if it does not produce obvious waste heat? What if it operates on scales too small for us to detect? What if it operates on scales too large for us to recognize? What if its communication method is something we have not yet discovered? What if it does not communicate at all? We cannot rule these possibilities out, but we also cannot use them as explanations for the silence without evidence. That distinction matters. A possibility is not an observation. An idea is not evidence. And an absence of evidence is not evidence of a particular hidden explanation. The honest position is, we do not know. But the possibility that ancient civilizations existed still deserves consideration, because the universe is old enough for enormous amounts of history to have happened. Consider the Milky Way. Our galaxy is roughly 13 billion years old. The Sun formed about 4.6 billion years ago. That means there were billions of years for stars to form, planets to develop, and potentially life to evolve before the solar system existed. Even if technological civilizations are extremely rare, the galaxy has had a very long time to try. Perhaps one civilization appeared then disappeared. Another appeared later. Another later still. Maybe their histories overlap. Maybe they do not. Maybe there have been thousands. Maybe only a few. Maybe none. We have no confirmed answer. But the enormous age of the galaxy means we cannot assume that humanity arrived early. We might have arrived after countless chapters had already been written. There is something almost haunting about that. Imagine the Milky Way as an enormous city at night. Every star, a distant light. Every planetary system, a potential home. Now imagine that some of those lights were once home to civilizations. Some may have lasted for thousands of years, others for millions. Some, perhaps, for much longer. But from our distance, their worlds would still look like tiny points of light. No obvious sign that anything had ever happened there. A civilization could rise, build cities, discover mathematics, study the stars, and eventually vanish, while its planet remained. The star would continue shining. The planet would continue orbiting. Asteroids would continue moving. The galaxy would continue turning. And the universe would not pause. That is perhaps one of the strangest facts about cosmic history. The universe does not remember events in the way humans do. There is no cosmic monument. For every civilization that has ever existed, a civilization can disappear, and the stars simply continue. Unless it leaves a detectable trace, the universe may become silent again, and eventually another civilization may appear and wonder whether anyone came before. Perhaps that is exactly where we are now. Maybe humanity is standing in an ancient galaxy, looking into a sky filled with stars, and asking a question that has been asked many times before. We simply do not know it. Perhaps another species on another world asked the same question millions of years ago. Maybe it built telescopes. Maybe it listened for signals. Maybe it wondered about the possibility of other minds. Maybe it also heard nothing. Maybe it concluded that it was alone. And perhaps it was wrong, or perhaps it was right. There is no way to know from silence alone. But there is another possibility that changes the meaning of all this. What if civilizations do not merely disappear, but become difficult to recognize? Imagine a civilization surviving for 1,000,000 years. During that time, its technology changes, its biology changes, its culture changes, its environment changes. Eventually, the civilization may no longer resemble the society that first developed technology. Perhaps it moves away from planets. Perhaps it builds habitats. Perhaps it becomes distributed across many systems. Perhaps biological life becomes less important. Perhaps machine intelligence becomes central. Perhaps it stops producing signals that resemble ours. If we were searching for its original radio broadcasts, we might find nothing. Not because the civilization is gone, but because we are listening for a stage of its history that ended long ago. This is another reason why the question of technological evolution matters. A civilization could be changing continuously. What we call advanced today might be only an early stage. Our own civilization has changed enormously in only a few centuries. Imagine what another million years could do. We should be careful with such speculation. We have no evidence that civilizations survive for millions of years. We have no evidence that technological civilizations become machine-based. We have no evidence that advanced civilizations become invisible. These are possibilities, not facts, but they demonstrate how difficult it is to search for an unknown phenomenon using one example, our example, us. Perhaps the most interesting possibility is that the universe contains many civilizations, but very few are detectable from Earth. Not because they are hiding, not because they are mysterious, simply because detectability is temporary. A civilization may be detectable for a few centuries, while it uses large amounts of energy and broadcasts powerful signals. Then, it becomes more efficient. Its signals weaken. Its energy use changes. Its technology moves inward, or outward, or into forms we cannot see. Its detectable phase ends. If that happens, then the universe could contain many civilizations, while the number visible to us at any given moment remains small. This is a question of timing again. But this time, the problem is not merely whether civilizations exist simultaneously. It is whether they are simultaneously detectable. Two civilizations could exist at the same time and still fail to notice each other. One may be using radio, the other may not. One may be broadcasting, the other may be listening elsewhere. One may be detectable in infrared, the other may be too faint. They could occupy the same galaxy and still remain strangers. Perhaps the universe is not quiet. Perhaps it is simply full of conversations happening on frequencies we cannot hear. There is also the problem of distance. Even within our own galaxy, the stars are incredibly far apart. The Milky Way is roughly 100,000 light-years across. That means a signal traveling at the speed of light would require about 100,000 years to cross from one side to the other, and that is only our galaxy. The universe contains billions of galaxies, separated by enormous distances. Even if civilizations are common, physical contact could remain extremely difficult. A civilization might know that another world exists without ever being able to reach it. It might detect a possible signal, but never receive a reply. It might send a message, knowing that the answer will arrive long after everyone alive has died. Imagine beginning a conversation that your descendants, thousands of generations from now, might finish. That would be a very different concept of communication. Perhaps advanced civilizations think in these timescales. Perhaps they are patient. Perhaps they send messages, not to their contemporaries, but to civilizations that may exist millions of years later. Perhaps we could someday receive a message whose sender has been gone for longer than humans have existed. And what would we call that? Contact? Archaeology? History? Perhaps all three. The universe does not require our categories to make sense. It simply preserves information and lets it travel. Maybe, somewhere in the darkness, there are signals still moving, signals produced by civilizations that no longer exist, messages that began their journeys before Earth had humans, before our cities, before our languages, before our species. Maybe some of those photons are crossing the galaxy right now, and perhaps some will eventually reach us, or perhaps they already passed. We will never know. That is the cruel part of cosmic distance. Information can be permanently lost, not because it was destroyed, but because it traveled in a direction we were not watching. A signal can pass Earth while our telescopes point somewhere else. It can arrive during the day, during a storm, during a period when the instrument is offline. It can be too weak. It can be hidden by interference. It can come from a region of the sky we rarely observe. And then the moment is gone. The universe does not replay it for us. This is why the search requires patience, more telescopes, more observations, more wavelengths, more time, more people willing to investigate the strange without immediately deciding what it means. Perhaps the first discovery will come from something we were not specifically searching for. A strange atmospheric spectrum, an unusual pattern in infrared light, a repeating signal, a small anomaly that refuses to disappear after careful examination. Perhaps it will be obvious, or perhaps it will be almost invisible. And if it happens, the discovery may begin with one scientist saying, "That is strange." Just 2 words, nothing dramatic, no music, no announcement, only curiosity. That we were not the first, not through a grand encounter, not through a spacecraft appearing above Earth, but through a faint piece of information arriving from deep space, a whisper from the past, a reminder that long before humanity looked toward the stars, someone else may have been looking too. But there is another possibility. Maybe we are searching through an enormous cosmic graveyard. Perhaps civilizations appear and disappear so quickly that the galaxy contains mostly remnants, worlds where intelligence once existed, signals that have already passed, artifacts buried beneath ancient surfaces, atmospheres that have slowly returned to equilibrium, and stars continuing to shine as though nothing ever happened. If so, the silence might actually be a form of evidence, not proof, but a clue. Perhaps civilizations do not last. Perhaps intelligence is temporary. Perhaps technological history is a brief phenomenon in the life of a world that would bring us back to the great filter. But now, the question would feel different. Maybe the filter is not one dramatic event. Maybe it is simply time. A civilization may need to survive for an extraordinarily long period before it becomes truly ancient. Perhaps most do not, and perhaps humanity is still too young to know which kind of civilization it will become. We are standing somewhere near the beginning of our own technological history. We have no idea whether we are a brief event or the beginning of something much longer. We do not know whether humanity will last centuries, millennia, or far beyond. We do not know whether our descendants will remain on Earth or spread throughout the solar system. We do not know whether our civilization will become more visible or less. We do not even know whether another intelligent species exists anywhere nearby. And perhaps that uncertainty is exactly what makes this question so compelling. Because every possibility remains open. Maybe we are first. Maybe we are early. Maybe we are late. Maybe civilizations are everywhere. Maybe they are almost nowhere. Maybe the universe is full of ancient voices, and we simply have not heard them. Or maybe the silence really does mean something much deeper. Perhaps the universe has produced very few technological minds. Perhaps we are one of them. Perhaps we are not special because the universe chose us. Perhaps we are special simply because probability allowed something extraordinarily rare to happen here. And if that is true, then perhaps our existence deserves a different kind of attention. Not fear, not arrogance, but care. Because if intelligent life is rare, then every technological civilization matters. Every world that produces a mind capable of asking questions becomes precious. Every civilization that learns to survive extends the story of intelligence. And perhaps that is the quietest reason to keep looking. Not only to find someone else, but to understand what it means to be here at all. The rain continues outside. The earth continues turning. Clouds move slowly across the night sky. Above them, the stars remain. Some are older than the sun. Some are younger. Some may have planets. Some may have worlds that are alive. Some may have histories we will never know. And somewhere, perhaps, there was once a civilization that looked at its own stars and wondered whether anyone else existed. Maybe it was the first. Maybe it was one of many. Maybe it disappeared long before our planet was born. And perhaps its final light is still traveling, still crossing the darkness, still carrying the faintest record that it was once there. We may never see it, but the possibility remains. And that means when we look upward, we are not simply looking into space. We are looking into time, into history, into all the things that happened and all the things that may yet happen. Perhaps the universe is not asking us to find an answer tonight. Perhaps it is simply inviting us to keep wondering, because somewhere between the possibility that we are first and the possibility that we are impossibly late lies the truth, and we are still searching for it, quietly, patiently, one star at a time. The next question is perhaps the most hopeful one. What would happen if one day we actually found someone? Perhaps one day the silence will change. Not dramatically, not with a spacecraft appearing above Earth, not with a voice suddenly filling every radio on the planet. Perhaps it will begin with something much smaller, a strange signal, a faint chemical signature, a tiny irregularity in the light from a distant world, something that makes a scientist pause and look again, Because the first evidence of another life may not look like life at all. It may simply look different. For generations, humanity has imagined first contact as a meeting, two civilizations finding each other, two ships crossing the darkness, two beings standing beneath the same sky. But the first contact may be much quieter. We may never see another civilization face to face. We may never exchange physical objects. We may never even know what the other beings look like. Perhaps the first contact will simply be knowledge. The knowledge that somewhere else, something is alive. Imagine a planet orbiting another star. From our distance, it is almost invisible. A tiny world, lost in the light of its star. But with powerful enough instruments, we can sometimes learn about such worlds. We can study the way a planet passes in front of its star. We can measure tiny changes in starlight. We can analyze the light that passes through the planet's atmosphere. And from that, we can begin to understand what its atmosphere contains. Hydrogen, water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, oxygen, other molecules, some familiar, some perhaps completely unexpected. This is one of the ways humanity may eventually discover life, not by seeing the organism itself, but by seeing what the organism does to its world. Earth is an example. Our atmosphere is not simply the result of chemistry. Life has transformed it. Oxygen accumulates because organisms produce it. Other gases are constantly exchanged between living systems, the oceans, the atmosphere, and the surface. The Earth is not chemically static. It is active, alive. So perhaps another planet could reveal something similar, an atmosphere maintained in a state that seems difficult to explain without biological processes. That would be extraordinary, but it would not immediately prove life. Science would demand caution. There could be geological processes, photochemical reactions, or other natural mechanisms that produce similar signatures. The discovery would begin a process of investigation, observation, testing, comparison, and perhaps, after years of study, we could finally reach a remarkable conclusion. This world is alive. Think about what that would mean. For the first time, humanity would know that Earth is not the only living world. Life would no longer be a phenomenon known from one planet. It would be a cosmic phenomenon. The implications would be enormous, but perhaps the discovery would be even more subtle. Maybe we find organic molecules on another world, complex carbon-based chemistry, molecules associated with biological processes, perhaps inside an ocean, beneath an icy crust, perhaps within a cloud of gas, perhaps in the atmosphere of a distant planet. Organic molecules are not proof of life. They can form through non-biological chemistry. Space itself contains many kinds of organic compounds, but finding increasingly complex chemistry in the right environment could make the question more interesting. Could chemistry be moving toward biology? Could life be hiding there? Again, we would need evidence, and perhaps, eventually, we would find it. A tiny organism, a fossil, a microbial community, a biological structure, something unmistakably alive. Imagine receiving the news. Scientists announce that a second biosphere has been discovered. Not a simulation, not a laboratory experiment, a naturally occurring, living system, somewhere beyond Earth. Perhaps it is beneath the ice of an ocean moon. Perhaps it is inside a distant atmosphere. Perhaps it is on a rocky planet, circling another star. Suddenly, the universe becomes different. The stars would still look the same. The galaxies would still be distant. The night would remain quiet. But one fact would have changed forever. We would no longer be the only known life. And that discovery would immediately raise another question. If life exists elsewhere, how far can evolution go? Does life usually remain simple? Or does complexity emerge? Does intelligence appear? Does technology, perhaps? The most important discovery would not be a microbe. It would be evidence of a biosphere that has existed for billions of years. A world with complex ecosystems. A world where life has had time to experiment. Perhaps forests, perhaps oceans, perhaps organisms unlike anything on Earth. The details would matter, because every new biosphere would give us another example, and another example would help us understand probability. If life appears on two worlds, then life is probably not unique. If it appears on hundreds, the conclusion becomes stronger. If complex life appears repeatedly, then perhaps complexity is not especially rare. If intelligent life appears, the question changes again. Imagine detecting something that cannot reasonably be explained by biology alone. A pattern, a signal, a structure, a source of energy, something artificial. At first, the evidence would probably be weak, a strange observation, a possible anomaly. Researchers would investigate. Other telescopes would observe the same region. The signal would be analyzed across different wavelengths. The source would be monitored over time. Natural explanations would be tested. Every possibility would be examined, because scientists would understand what was at stake. The discovery of extraterrestrial intelligence would not simply be another scientific result. It would change our understanding of humanity's place in the universe. So the evidence would need to be extraordinarily strong. And perhaps, eventually, it would become strong enough. Something is there, something artificial, something intelligent. Then comes the next question. What is it? Where is it? How far away? How old is the signal? And, perhaps, the strangest question of all, does the civilization still exist? Because, once again, we would be looking into the past. Suppose the signal came from a planet 1,000 light years away. The information we receive would show us that civilization as it existed 1,000 years ago. Perhaps the civilization is still there. Perhaps it has changed completely. Perhaps it disappeared. We would not know. The signal itself would be ancient, a message from another time. Imagine receiving a transmission that began its journey toward Earth before humans built modern cities. Before electricity transformed our civilization, before many of the languages spoken today had even taken their modern forms, the signal could have crossed space for 1,000 years, only to arrive during our lifetime. And perhaps we would have to wait another 1,000 years for a response. This is one of the strange realities of interstellar communication. Distance becomes time. Every light year is also a delay. A civilization 10 light years away could potentially communicate with us over decades. A civilization 100 light years away would require centuries. A civilization 1,000 light years away would turn a conversation into a historical project. The first message might be read by one generation, the response by another, the reply to that response by another. A conversation could continue long after everyone who began it had disappeared. Imagine sending a message, knowing that nobody you know will ever hear the answer. You would be speaking to the future, not because the future is abstract, but because the stars make it unavoidable. Perhaps that is how civilizations communicate across enormous distances, not as individuals, but as generations. One civilization sending knowledge forward, another receiving it much later. The message becomes a bridge between people who will never meet, and perhaps that is what a first contact would really be. Not two beings meeting, two histories touching, but what would the first message say? That is another question. Humanity has already imagined many possibilities. Mathematics, physics, images, descriptions of Earth, information about biology, music, patterns. Perhaps a civilization would send something simple, because simple patterns can be recognized across languages. Numbers, prime numbers, mathematical relationships, geometric structures, something that strongly suggests intention. But perhaps the message would be far more complicated. Perhaps it would contain knowledge that takes generations to understand. Perhaps we would receive a message without knowing whether it was a greeting, a scientific paper, a warning, or simply a record. We tend to imagine communication as conversation, but communication does not require two beings to speak at the same time. A book is communication. A monument is communication. A spacecraft carrying information is communication. A radio transmission is communication. A signal sent millions of years ago could still be communication, even if its sender is gone. Perhaps the first extraterrestrial message we receive will be more like archaeology than conversation, a record of someone who existed, a trace of a civilization that wanted its existence to be known. Or perhaps the message will be directed specifically toward us. Imagine detecting a signal and discovering that it contains information about the solar system, about Earth, about the Sun, perhaps even about humanity. That would be difficult to explain naturally and terrifyingly exciting. How would we respond? Would we answer immediately? Would governments coordinate? Would scientists debate the meaning? Would humanity argue about what should be sent? Who would have the authority to speak for Earth? Those questions have no easy answers, because first contact would not belong to one person. It would belong to an entire species. And perhaps that is why the first response would take time. The signal might be confirmed, then studied, then discussed. Different countries, different cultures, different scientific communities, different philosophies. Everyone would have questions. Some would be excited, some afraid, some skeptical, some deeply moved, and perhaps many would simply remain quiet, looking at the sky, trying to understand what had happened. Because even after confirmation, the other civilization would still be incredibly far away. There would be no immediate meeting, no handshake, no spacecraft arriving tomorrow. Only a signal, a distant indication that another mind exists. And perhaps that would be enough. It would change the meaning of the night sky. For all of human history, the stars have been places of possibility. After such a discovery, they would become places of memory. Every star could contain a world. Every distant point of light could have a history. Some worlds might be empty, some alive, some intelligent, some ancient, some young. The universe would become more populated in our minds, even if we could never physically reach those places. And perhaps the discovery would make our own planet feel different too. Earth would no longer be the only known home of life, but it would still be our home. The oceans would still move, the forests would still grow, rain would still fall, children would still wake in the morning, people would still cook dinner, cities would still glow at night. The discovery of another civilization would not make Earth less important. Perhaps it would make Earth feel even more precious, because suddenly we would understand that our planet is one living world among potentially many. And perhaps we would begin to think differently about our own civilization. How long will we last? What will our future look like? Will we ever become old enough to communicate across the stars? Will we survive long enough for another civilization to discover us? Maybe one day our own signals will become part of the cosmic record. A radio transmission leaving Earth, continuing outward, long after the people who created it are gone. A spacecraft crossing the solar system. A small artifact carrying a few pieces of information about humanity. Maybe millions of years from now, someone else will detect them. Maybe they will wonder who we were. Maybe they will never find them again. We do not know, but the possibility is enough to make our present moment feel strangely connected to the future. Tonight, we are not only searching for someone else, we are also becoming the kind of civilization that could one day be found. That is a subtle difference. When humanity began producing radio signals, we did not think of ourselves as leaving a permanent mark on the galaxy. But our electromagnetic emissions have been expanding outward for decades. They form a growing bubble of information. It is still tiny compared with the galaxy, but it exists. Our technology has already begun to announce that Earth is inhabited, not deliberately, for the most part, simply as a consequence of being technological. Perhaps other civilizations have done the same. Perhaps their signals are moving through space right now. Two expanding bubbles from two distant worlds could one day intersect, and if they do, two histories could become aware of one another. There is something almost poetic about that. No spacecraft required, no engines, no impossible journey, just information moving through space. A few photons crossing the darkness. Perhaps that is how the universe introduces civilizations to one another, not by bringing them together, but by allowing their stories to overlap. Of course, there is another possibility. We may search for decades and find nothing. No biospheres, no signals, no artificial structures, nothing. And that would also tell us something. Not necessarily that we are alone, but that the universe is more difficult to read than we hoped. The search itself would continue. New telescopes, new missions, new techniques, new ways of analyzing data. Science rarely ends with one experiment. The question would simply move forward. Perhaps we would search the oceans beneath icy moons. Perhaps we would study thousands of exoplanet atmospheres. Perhaps we would search for technological signatures that we have not yet imagined. Perhaps we would become better listeners. And perhaps one day the answer would come. But maybe the first contact will not be dramatic. Maybe it will be quiet, a small signal in a database, a strange pattern noticed by a scientist working late, a planet whose atmosphere does not make sense, a molecule that should not be there, a tiny anomaly that survives every attempt to explain it away. The universe may not announce its secrets. It may simply leave clues, and perhaps our job is to notice them. The rain outside continues. The night remains dark, and above the clouds, light from distant stars continues traveling. Some photons began their journeys before humans existed. Some began before our species evolved. Some began before Earth looked anything like the world we know. And perhaps some of those photons carry evidence that we are not alone. Perhaps they carry the signature of a living world. Perhaps the remains of an ancient civilization. Perhaps a message, or perhaps nothing but starlight. For now, we cannot tell. And that uncertainty remains beautiful, because somewhere between the first living cell and the first technological civilization, there may be countless stories. Some may have begun long before us. Some may be beginning now. Some may happen long after we are gone. And perhaps one of them will eventually reach us. A quiet signal, crossing the darkness, a tiny piece of information, traveling for centuries just to arrive here. And when it does, humanity may look upward and realize something profound. The universe was never simply a collection of stars. It was a collection of possibilities, and somewhere, perhaps, one of those possibilities learned how to look back. Maybe that will be the moment we finally stop asking whether anyone else exists, because we will know, and then a different question will begin. What does it mean to know that we are not alone? Perhaps that question will be even larger. Perhaps, after everything we have considered, we can finally return to the question, are we the first? It is a simple question, but by now it should feel very different, because first can mean many things. The first life, the first complex life, the first intelligent species, the first technological civilization, the first civilization in our galaxy, or perhaps the first civilization in the entire observable universe. Each possibility is different, and we have almost no way to know which one describes us. We know that Earth is not the first planet to exist. We know that the Sun is not the first star. We know that the Milky Way is ancient. We know that stars existed for billions of years before our solar system formed. And we know that the universe contains an almost unimaginable number of worlds. So there is no obvious reason to assume humanity must be first. But there is also no evidence that someone came before us. And this distinction is important. We can imagine ancient civilizations. We can calculate how much time they could have had. We can consider the enormous number of planets that may exist. We can ask how often life might arise. We can explore how difficult intelligence may be. But imagination does not become evidence simply because the universe is large. The honest answer remains: we do not know. Maybe humanity is the first technological civilization to emerge in the observable universe. That would be an extraordinary possibility. It would mean that somewhere in the history of the cosmos, the first technological mind appeared here, not because Earth was chosen, not because humanity was destined, simply because this happened to be the place where the necessary sequence of events occurred. A planet formed, water appeared, chemistry became increasingly complex, life began, cells evolved, complex organisms emerged, intelligence developed, hands learned to manipulate tools, brains learned to build machines, and eventually a species looked upward and wondered whether anyone else existed. If we are first, then perhaps that question has never been asked before. Think about that. For billions of years, the universe existed without anyone we know of asking what it was. Stars were born, galaxies collided, planets formed, black holes grew, supernovas exploded, and none of it required an observer. The universe simply happened. Then, somewhere, life appeared, and eventually, a mind appeared, a mind capable of asking, why? Why are the stars there? Where did everything come from? Could there be someone else? If humanity is first, then we may be part of the universe's earliest transition, from simply existing to becoming aware of itself. That would make our existence remarkable. But there is another possibility. Perhaps we are not first. Perhaps we are one among many. Maybe intelligent civilizations are scattered throughout the universe, separated by enormous distances. Maybe some exist millions of light years away. Maybe some are in galaxies we cannot even see clearly. Maybe others exist much closer, within our own galaxy. If so, then the universe could be filled with intelligent life while still appearing completely silent from Earth. Distance alone could explain much of that silence. A galaxy can contain hundreds of billions of stars, but the space between those stars is enormous. Even neighboring worlds can be separated by distances that are difficult to cross. A civilization could exist, and we could remain completely unaware of it. It could be listening in another direction. It could use technologies we do not recognize. It could have appeared millions of years before us, or millions of years after us. The universe does not require civilizations to be close, or synchronized, or detectable. Perhaps there are countless civilizations. Perhaps we will never know. There is another possibility. Civilizations may have existed and disappeared. Perhaps the universe has already produced intelligent life many times. Perhaps some civilizations survived for thousands of years, others for millions, others perhaps much longer. But eventually, something happened. A planetary catastrophe, a technological collapse, a changing environment, a failure to survive, or simply time. Their worlds continued, their stars continued, but the civilizations themselves disappeared. If that happened often, then the universe could contain a long history of intelligence without containing many intelligent civilizations today. Imagine Earth 1 billion years from now. Perhaps humanity is gone. Perhaps another species has evolved. Or perhaps Earth is simply quiet. The planet would still orbit the sun. The oceans might still exist. The continents would be different. Life might continue in forms we cannot imagine. But if another civilization observed Earth from far away, they might never know that humans once existed, unless they found a trace, a signal, an artifact, a chemical change, something that survived. This could have happened elsewhere. A civilization may have existed and left almost no detectable evidence. Its entire technological era could have been only a thin layer in the geological history of its planet. And perhaps we are living through our own thin layer right now. That possibility should make us humble, because we often imagine civilizations as permanent. They build cities, they create knowledge, they develop technology, and then we instinctively imagine that they continue forever. But nothing in nature guarantees permanence. Stars change, planets change, species disappear, even continents move. Civilization is not exempt from time. Perhaps intelligence can last. Perhaps it cannot. Perhaps we simply do not know yet. And there is another possibility that is even harder to describe. Maybe other civilizations are appearing right now. At this exact moment, somewhere in a distant planetary system, perhaps another species is beginning to understand its world. Perhaps they are discovering fire, or mathematics, or astronomy. Perhaps they have just built their first primitive telescope. Perhaps they are looking at their own stars and wondering whether the universe contains other minds. Maybe they are asking exactly the question we are asking. Are we alone? They may never know about us. We may never know about them. And yet, both civilizations could exist within the same universe. At the same moment, two small islands of consciousness, separated by thousands of light years. There is something beautiful about that. Two worlds, looking upward, two skies, two histories, two civilizations, each wondering whether anyone else is looking back. Perhaps that is already happening. Perhaps it has happened many times. Perhaps it will happen again. The universe may be filled with moments like this. Moments when a species first becomes capable of wondering about the stars. And perhaps those moments are rare, very rare. Maybe that is the key. Perhaps the universe does not need to be empty for us to be unusual. It only needs intelligent life to be uncommon. Imagine a universe containing 1 trillion living worlds. That sounds enormous. But what if only 1 in a billion develops technological intelligence? Then even a universe full of life could contain relatively few civilizations. And if those civilizations are separated by time, the number capable of communicating with one another could be even smaller. This is why the question is so difficult. We do not know the probabilities. We have only one confirmed example of a technological civilization: us. One example is not enough. To calculate the odds, we do not know how often life begins. We do not know how often life becomes complex. We do not know how often intelligence evolves. We do not know how often intelligence creates technology. We do not know how long technological civilizations survive. And we do not know how detectable they become. Each unknown multiplies the uncertainty. So when someone says, there must be aliens because there are so many stars, that is too confident. But when someone says, there are no aliens because we have not found them, that is also too confident. The evidence does not support either conclusion. The reasonable position is uncertainty, a vast, beautiful, scientifically honest uncertainty. Perhaps life is common. Perhaps life is rare. Perhaps intelligence is common. Perhaps intelligence is extraordinarily rare. Perhaps technological civilizations are temporary. Perhaps they become extremely long-lived. Perhaps we are early. Perhaps we are late. Perhaps we are somewhere in between. And perhaps the answer depends on where we look. Maybe our galaxy contains no other technological civilizations, while another galaxy contains thousands. Maybe intelligence emerged in one region of the cosmos, long before it emerged somewhere else. The universe is not uniform in its history. Different galaxies have different ages. Different stars have different compositions. Different planets have different environments. Different histories produce different outcomes. So perhaps there is no single answer to the question, are we the first? Maybe humanity is first. In our region, another civilization could be first. Somewhere else, maybe multiple civilizations are independently beginning at roughly the same cosmic moment. Maybe the universe is entering a broad era of intelligence. We simply cannot see enough of it to know. There is also the scale of the observable universe. We can observe only the region from which light has had time to reach us. Beyond that, there may be vastly more universe, possibly an enormous amount more. We do not know the total size of the universe. It could be far larger than the observable portion. It may even be infinite. If that is true, then asking whether humanity is the first becomes even more difficult. First, where? In our galaxy? Our local group? The observable universe? The entire universe? Without knowing the full cosmic landscape, the word first becomes almost impossible to define. Perhaps the question we should really ask is not whether we are first. Perhaps we should ask whether we are early enough to matter. If intelligent life is rare, then every civilization that appears could become important. If civilizations are common, then humanity is simply one participant in a much larger story. Either way, our existence has meaning because it is happening. The universe does not need us to be first for our moment to be remarkable. A single mind looking at the stars is still an extraordinary event. A species capable of understanding its own cosmic history is still unusual. Whether there are 10 civilizations or 10 billion does not change the fact that we are here. And perhaps that is the quiet lesson hidden inside this question. We want to know whether we are special, but the universe may not give us that answer. Maybe we are special. Maybe we are ordinary. Maybe both can be true. We could be one of billions of intelligent civilizations and still be the only one known to us. From our perspective, the distinction changes very little because all the other civilizations, if they exist, are still beyond our current reach. Tonight, the only intelligent life we can confirm is here, on Earth, under these clouds, beneath this atmosphere, around this small star. That does not prove we are alone, but it does remind us where our knowledge ends, and perhaps that is where science becomes most interesting. At the edge of what we know, there is room for discovery. We do not need to fill that space with certainty. We can leave it open. Maybe somewhere far away, there is another world. Maybe its inhabitants have already looked toward the stars. Maybe they are older than us. Maybe younger. Maybe more advanced. Maybe less. Maybe they have already wondered about humanity without ever knowing our name. Maybe their sky contains a star that they have been watching for generations. Maybe they wonder what worlds might orbit it. And perhaps that star is our sun. But we cannot know. Not yet. Maybe one day we will. Maybe a future telescope will detect something unmistakable. Maybe a probe will discover life. Maybe a radio telescope will hear a signal. Maybe an atmosphere will reveal a biological signature. Maybe nothing will ever be found. And even then, the question would remain, because the universe is too large and our observations too limited to close the story with confidence. Perhaps that is why the question survives, not because we have failed to answer it, but because the universe has not yet given us enough information. Are we the first? Maybe. Are we one of many? Maybe. Did civilizations exist before us? Maybe. Are civilizations appearing right now? Maybe. Will countless civilizations appear in the future? Maybe. And perhaps, the most honest answer humanity can give tonight is simply, we don't know. There is no shame in that. In fact, there is something beautiful about it, because uncertainty means the story is still open. The final chapter has not been written. We are still looking, still listening, still learning, still building better instruments, still sending spacecraft toward distant worlds, still studying the chemistry of planets that circle distant stars, still searching the radio sky, still trying to understand how life became possible here. Every discovery narrows the possibilities. Every observation removes another mystery or creates a deeper one. And perhaps, eventually, the universe will answer. Maybe the answer will be comforting. Maybe surprising. Maybe completely beyond what we imagined. But tonight, we do not need to know. Tonight, we can simply sit beneath the sky and allow the question to remain. Perhaps we are the first. Perhaps we are among the first. Perhaps we arrived after countless civilizations. Perhaps the universe contains more intelligence than we could ever count. Or perhaps we are one of the rare moments when matter became aware enough to wonder where it came from. Whatever the answer, the stars remain. The earth continues turning, and humanity continues looking outward from this small world into an enormous darkness that may not be empty at all. Maybe somewhere beyond what we can see, another civilization is doing the same thing, looking upward, wondering, waiting, listening. Perhaps they are asking the same question, are we the first? And perhaps they are just as uncertain as we are. For now, we remain here, one civilization, one planet, one known example of technological intelligence, and an entire universe still waiting to reveal what came before us, what exists beside us, and what may come after us. The question remains open, and perhaps that is exactly how it should be, because some questions are not meant to be answered quickly. Some questions are meant to accompany us, to follow us into the night, to remain quietly above us while the world becomes still. And perhaps this is one of them. Are we the first? We do not know. Not yet. But we are here. And for tonight, perhaps that is enough. Perhaps, after everything we have imagined, there is one place we should return to. Home. Not because we have discovered the answer, but because every question about the universe eventually brings us back to the small world where we began, Earth. From here, the universe can feel impossibly large. The stars appear scattered across the darkness. The Milky Way stretches overhead, and beyond it, there are galaxies, countless galaxies, each containing enormous numbers of stars. From the ground, it is almost impossible to understand the scale. But imagine, for a moment, that we could travel far away from Earth, far beyond the moon, far beyond the planets, far beyond the outer edge of the solar system, and then farther still, until Earth became a tiny point of light, a small blue world floating against the darkness. From that distance, the borders we spend so much time thinking about would disappear. Countries, cities, languages, political boundaries, all of them would become invisible. There would be no lines on the planet, only a world. One small world, orbiting one ordinary star. And yet, everything we know about humanity would exist there. Every person who ever lived, every civilization, every war, every friendship, every discovery, every mistake, every song, every story, every child who ever looked toward the sky would have lived on that tiny surface. All of human history would occupy a place so small that from interstellar distances, it would be almost impossible to see. And perhaps that perspective is worth remembering, because when we ask whether we are the first intelligent life in the universe, we are really asking about something enormous. But the thing doing the asking is remarkably small. A species on a planet, around one star, inside one galaxy, among billions of galaxies. And yet, that small species has managed to discover something extraordinary. It has discovered that the universe is ancient, that stars are born and die, that planets orbit distant suns, that light takes time to travel, that the atoms in our bodies were created through cosmic processes long before Earth existed. We have learned that we are not separate from the universe. We are made from it. The carbon in our bodies, the oxygen we breathe, the iron in our blood, the calcium in our bones, all of these elements have cosmic histories. They were created through processes that began long before humanity, long before Earth, long before the sun. Some of the atoms inside you were once part of stars, stars that lived and changed and eventually died. Their material entered interstellar space. It became part of clouds of gas and dust. Those clouds eventually formed new stars, new planets, and eventually our world. And on that world, after billions of years, life appeared. And after even more time, life became capable of asking where it came from. There is something deeply strange about that. The universe existed for billions of years before anyone on Earth could wonder about it. There were no human eyes watching the first stars, no human minds observing the first galaxies, no one standing beneath the cosmic dawn, trying to understand what they were seeing. And yet, the universe continued. Stars formed, planets formed, chemistry became increasingly complex, life eventually appeared, and slowly, very slowly, something changed. The universe began producing observers, creatures capable of seeing, remembering, learning, wondering, and eventually thinking about the universe itself. Perhaps that is one of the most remarkable things about intelligence. It does not merely survive. Sometimes it turns around and asks where everything came from. And perhaps somewhere else, another world has reached the same point. Maybe another species has developed its own understanding of the cosmos. Maybe they have their own word for stars, their own stories, their own theories, their own questions. Maybe they look at their sky and wonder whether somewhere beyond their world, another intelligence is looking back. Perhaps they are doing exactly what we are doing tonight. Perhaps they are asking whether they are first. Maybe they are. Maybe we are. Maybe neither. Maybe intelligence has appeared many times, in many places, at many different moments. Maybe the universe is full of minds that will never meet. And maybe there is something beautiful about that possibility, because the universe does not need every story to connect. A story can be meaningful, even if it remains unknown to everyone else. A civilization can exist, learn, create, wonder, and eventually disappear. Its existence would still have mattered to the beings who lived it. Perhaps our own civilization is like that. We often imagine that our history must have some enormous cosmic purpose, that if we are intelligent, we must eventually become something extraordinary, travel between stars, build enormous structures, explore distant galaxies, survive for millions of years. Perhaps some of those things will happen, perhaps not. But there is another way to think about our place in the universe. Maybe we do not need to become enormous to be meaningful. Maybe being here is enough. A world becoming aware of itself is already extraordinary. A species learning to understand the stars is already extraordinary. A human being lying quietly at night, listening to rain, and wondering whether anyone else exists is already part of the cosmic story. Perhaps the universe does not measure importance in size. A galaxy is enormous. A planet is small. A human being is smaller still. But size does not determine the depth of an experience. A thought can exist inside a brain and still reach across billions of years. Tonight, your mind can think about the beginning of the universe. You can imagine the first stars. You can imagine worlds around distant suns. You can imagine civilizations that may have existed long before humanity. You can imagine futures that may continue long after us. All of that is happening inside one small human mind, on one small planet. And perhaps that is enough to make this moment feel remarkable. The universe is vast, but consciousness gives us a way to experience a small part of it. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough to wonder, enough to ask questions, enough to look upward. And perhaps the most important thing about the question, "Are we the first?" is not the answer. It is the fact that we are capable of asking it. Because asking the question means we understand that our own story may not be the whole story. We are willing to imagine something beyond ourselves, something older, something larger, something different. That humility may be one of the most valuable things the stars can teach us. We do not know whether other civilizations exist. We do not know whether they existed before us. We do not know whether they will appear in the future. We do not know whether humanity will ever meet another intelligent species. And we do not know how common intelligence really is. But we can keep looking. We can keep listening. We can keep building better instruments. We can keep exploring. And we can remain honest about the difference between what we know and what we hope. Perhaps one day we will discover another living world. Perhaps we will find evidence of an ancient civilization. Perhaps we will receive a signal. Perhaps we will find nothing. And perhaps the search itself will change us. Because every time we look deeper into space, we learn something about ourselves. Every distant world teaches us something about Earth. Every ancient star teaches us something about our origins. Every new discovery reminds us that our understanding is still incomplete. Maybe that is why the universe remains so compelling. It does not give us everything at once. It leaves gaps, questions, silences, places where knowledge ends and imagination begins. And tonight, we can allow one of those questions to remain unanswered. Are we first? Maybe, maybe not. Perhaps, somewhere in the darkness, another civilization is looking at its own stars. Perhaps they have wondered about us. Perhaps they have never imagined that a world like Earth exists. Perhaps their civilization began yesterday. In cosmic terms, perhaps it ended billions of years ago. Perhaps another one has not appeared yet. There is no way to know, but the stars remain above us, carrying light from worlds we may never visit. And perhaps some of that light began its journey before humanity existed. Some of it began before the first cities, before the first written words, before agriculture, before our ancestors knew that the stars were distant suns, and still that light arrives quietly, patiently, After traveling for unimaginable lengths of time, it reaches Earth and enters human eyes. For a brief moment, ancient light becomes part of a human experience. A photon leaves a distant star, travels through darkness, crosses space, and eventually ends its journey here. Perhaps there is something beautiful about that. The universe is constantly sending us information. We simply have to look. And perhaps the first evidence of another civilization will arrive in exactly the same way. A few photons, a faint signal, a small pattern hidden among the light. Maybe one day we will notice. But tonight, there is no signal, no confirmed message, no distant civilization announcing itself. Only the stars, the earth, and the quiet sound of the night. The rain continues outside, drops touching rooftops, water moving along windows, the world becoming slower, and perhaps, for a moment, we can stop trying to solve the universe. We can simply exist beneath it, because whether we are first or last or somewhere in between, this moment is real. This night is real. This planet is real. And, for now, it is the only home we know. Maybe the universe is filled with life. Maybe Earth is extraordinarily rare. Maybe humanity is one of the first technological civilizations. Maybe we arrived after countless others. Maybe we will eventually meet someone. Maybe we never will. The possibilities remain open, and perhaps they can remain open for one more night. The earth keeps turning. The clouds move slowly. The oceans continue their ancient rhythms. The moon travels across the sky, and beyond it, the planets continue their silent orbits. The sun continues to shine. The stars continue to burn. Galaxies continue moving through the darkness. And somewhere, perhaps, life is beginning. Somewhere else, perhaps, life is ending. Somewhere, perhaps, a young civilization is seeing its first stars. Somewhere, perhaps, an ancient civilization is seeing its last. And somewhere, perhaps, another mind is wondering whether anyone else is out there. We may never know, but perhaps that is okay. Because the universe is not a story that needs to be completed tonight. It is still unfolding, and so are we. Perhaps we are not the first. Perhaps we are not the last. Perhaps we are simply here for a brief moment in a universe that has been waiting billions of years to produce this exact moment. A human being on a small planet under a dark sky, listening to rain and wondering if anyone else is looking back. For now, there is no answer, only the question, and the stars, and the quiet. So, if you are still awake, you do not need to keep searching tonight. You do not need to decide whether we are alone. You do not need to decide whether we are first. You can simply let the question remain above you, like another distant star, something beautiful, because it is still unknown. The rain continues, the night grows deeper, and Earth, our small blue world, keeps turning quietly through space. Perhaps, somewhere far beyond what we can see, another world is turning too. Perhaps, someone there is looking upward. Perhaps, they are wondering about us. Perhaps, they are asking the same question. Are we the first? Maybe, one day, we will know. But tonight, we can simply wonder. And let the universe remain vast. Let the stars remain distant. Let the silence remain open. Because sometimes, the most peaceful answer is not an answer at all. It is simply to keep looking and to rest. Beneath the sky, the universe is still here. The earth is still turning. The rain is still falling. And somewhere, in all that enormous darkness, the story continues, quietly, without hurry. Long after we close our eyes, the stars will remain. And perhaps, somewhere among them, the answer is already there, waiting.